You can put the crazy heroes. Yeah,
You did.
it's only pairing the two.
Do you have a headset? We're working on this.
Anyway,
What?
I don't know what any of these people look like, so I'll have to pay your question that I heard for that.
Did you get your one six today?
That's seven of you.
It happens on such master. Huh? Working on it.
Yeah, it's that one's working.
You should hear. Are you hearing? Monty talking.
Right here.
So, no, I don't. Yes, to them. All right. And these are all the blue ones, so they should work. That one is the master. That's the Monty. No. Can't go too far over. You start with this channel. Why? Yeah. Is there anything you need? I think at this point we're going to go off questions. We can do more water and one here. So, all right. See if you can download their software tool, and if we can find a USB cable that we can plug in to try and get them configured. Just leave this running. Obviously, don't close this, but it can be in the background. With the GM Cardano logo, I wanted the GM. I had the GM Cardano logo up over everything. What happened is one link taker had GM Cardano logo over everything. Fly right, and you put the GM Cardano logo up. So,
Is that there till 9:30?
so what do we have here? 9 to 9:30 is welcome and light breakfast. So that's fine. Right? So we have about 15 minutes more of this. Right?
You don't want to probably use the bathroom.
Yeah. Yes. Use the bathroom, get yourself ready for the day, and go to the to get rid of this. So. Oh. Lloyd, for how long does time? Oh. This one,
How do you accomplish You just put it down and then put it up to mute yourself.
Here's something it's not. No, not for the problem.
You mean like
So,
stat level?
what? Huh? Can you hear something? This stuff? No.
Why?
Yeah, I saw this. Some like specific like technical. Wow. That, that's what that's for, right? Segments counting music.
Yes.
So,
I'm pretty
or
sure.
I was I'm just wondering for like setting up music. You know, something. Right. Yeah, fine. Yeah. I think
Past distance. Space test. Space test. Oh, that's great. That's it. They're choosing to leave the field. They're putting all there's gonna be a new slideshow here. There is zero guys. Right. Yes. You know when I'm starting for me? Starting. No. Where is what? Let me look at one. All right, so we're starting this. I don't think it's pretty cool. Press record on my end. That's the ender. And I'm moving forward. Well, when is the time that the pat graduates on? What? Pat's right? It's Cam. Cam here, it's 10 left. Cam is at here, go down. So that it's at 325 and plus that 2. Alright. We told that it's at 2. Already did. Well, he's here multiple times during the his first appearance is at 2. Yeah, at 2, and then he has a debate. Oh, so it's a year ago. I didn't say, but we met this year. Missing next one. Anyway, it's not your prerogative. Yeah, I so. Yes. Yeah. There's no need to press the button here. You just not yeah. Yes, I can do. You can't get take that later. Right. I'm gonna write down my here. Showtime. Here you go. Should be showtime. How we begin? Wow, she's good investigation. Just take a wait. Can you try to do the like one time? Over there in like a minute? Yes. Yeah, constantly flying through those more images. Flip your mic up so you're muted. Oh my god. GM Cardano. GM Cardano. Nice. Sorry. Where everybody is. We make sense. When it's all. And we are I guess they is 2025. Section of the Determination Governance and Versions Act. Washington neighborhood. We can also know other statements.
Um, we're very proud to co-introduce GM
Third on it. Got a lower third. Source should I have? Bag in the
Wow, and that's the nothing more than 20 years in lumber Canada. And you reach back up. This is the first one, 2025. Here in forward, you know, that we're really proud of the use of rapid and of over from Floridians, but it's still possible. And it's one of the big things about the community here, the camera drive us to use our heart in the community here in our house, and the amount of best that in the program that we have today really shows the depth and the quality of what it is that the community is sharing about. And right now, there's so many topics of them that are every part, and so we're kind of showcase that. Also wanted to briefly mention we'll bring up here in a second, but Lloyd Duhon and the GM Cardano, here, we were all the ones that saw then you see that one we should be done. Thank you everybody for taking the our little town here, you know, the Southwest Florida. We really appreciate having you guys come down here for you know, story, whether it's really big hopes. But you know, we'll do our best to just kind of enjoy the day today. It's really great speakers having. So I'm really excited to be part of this today, and you know, with Ian and Maggie approached me about doing this like this week. But like, this would actually be one of those things that we can really just get together and you know, have a good talk, have good conversations, learn some things from folks, and collaborate. Because that's what are we really here for not? What have we as a group decided to do? We're missions. That means anyone can come here, whether we want them here or not. Right? It doesn't, I don't need to give you permission to be here, you don't need to give me permission to be here. So you're here because you want to be here. So if y'all want to be here, what are we doing? What is the mission? What is the thing that brings
Can you talk
together?
to Lloyd?
And I've struggled with it, played with it, I've talked about it, I've looked through it, and what I keep coming back to is that we are here because we found an environment where what we think and what we do matters. Right? So we come together because what we do matters. How do we grow that? That's the next step. So how do we take this small group of people that are willing to come together and willing to do this work and grow it to a larger group that also want to come down that work? And so this year, 2025, will be here collaboration. That's my goal, personally and professionally, is to find new and better ways for us to collaborate as a community. Find ways to bring us together in new ways that we find the things that are missing, the pieces of the puzzle that aren't yet here, and bringing those together for all of us. Now, I go back to this, some of you probably heard this, so, you know, in the 90s, I did a lot of work with you know, the whole boom and bust of that era. One of the big things that happened during that time frame is that we had this sort of open, everybody's welcome kind of mentality at the beginning. So we could put up something and other people would come to it, participate in it. But over time, that data became so valuable that data started getting lost behind closed doors. And that makes some very, very wealthy tech billionaires. Congratulations to them. But it's also set us up to where we're subject to these algorithms. We're subject to the whims of those people. They keep the data. What do we have for now? We've opened that. That ledger is open to all of us. You can't hide anything from the ledger. So because of that, we've got a collaborative environment that can't be evil, it can't hide that data from us. So much of what we can and need to do is to focus on that. And again, I've heard Charles say it, I've said it, somebody else has said it, let's don't be evil, and now it's can't be with Cardano. So can we continue to build the tools, continue to build environments where we can't be evil? What does that work look like? And how do we, as a community, do that work? How do we show up every day? And of course, funds that work. As we know, working budget committee, that's one of the big things that we've got to do now, is figure out exactly how we fund these important projects. And so that's one of the big discussions. And today we're gonna hear from Sam Leathers. Sam's gonna talk a little bit about what's going on in the ledger and what easy Conway, now that we're there, is we're there. The moment Hartford is official, doing this. It's real. So what do we do now? Now that this is real, where do we go from here? So Sam will talk a little bit about that. Tam and I are going to sit down for a few minutes, and she and I will talk through a different aspect of this. So Sam's going from the technical side. Tam and I are going to talk from the people side, but kind of the landscape. What's the geography of this digital world? What does that look like? How does it look? And so that will be, I think, a cool conversation as well. We're going to hear from some of our community who are building in this space. And that is another phenomenal, fantastic thing, because we can't do this if we're not building. We're going to hear from Jack Graves for a few minutes as well. Jack's going to give us some updates on what's going on with Intersect. Thank you, Jack, for being here. And then, I think, a really cool pinnacle to the day, we're going to have Adam and Jenny, and they're going to lead a DRep DBate. So we're going to take those first steps of what the self-governing structure is going to look like. What do these DReps do? And how do they answer questions? And how do they differentiate? How do they make their own way? So these are all questions. We don't have these answers. We've got to work toward these answers. And I think that if we collaborate and work together, the better chance we have of answering these questions. So I think what I want to ask each of you is to take away from today, it's a great movie, is where do you get what is your shoveling, what is your challenge, what is your teaching us that you bring to this community so that this community can grow? Because again, we're missions. We all have the right to be here, we all have the right to leave. No one can keep us here, no one can force us to be here, and no one can force us to leave.
Where's the output?
Because of that,
Stream coming
each of us, each of our individual accounts is like our shape. Because
is it not overall like
what's in that special
stabilizing?
that you're going to bring Cardano in this coming year? What is your leadership role? So that's something that you'll see from me going on more this year, is how can we build up leadership roles in Cardano? How do we empower more of our community to take the roles of leadership so that it's not just our same basis? I love seeing the same basis. I know everyone in this room, so I never want to be in this room. Just go ahead and check. But we can't be the only basis, right? We have
See
to
that automatically adjust my
Base.
volume. It might be putting pressure on it.
in our brick and mortar. How do we offer things to others? It's not impossible. It's not overwhelming. Don't overwhelm but it's not overwhelming. It's they find ways that overwhelm them just a little bit. So they can build their own time and community in their own way, and maybe just be faster. Because now we've got the opportunity to have even more and more of the groups forming, and even more and more of the groups talking and debating. It's like what we'll have today. We're going to be able to on the stage. You're going to have individuals who have their own table. how long before those individuals represent a particular group of people who share their ideas? And those ideas flash to others. It's bound to happen with humans. It's got to happen someplace that we're not going to be able to just look it along. We will have strong differences of opinion, but can we take those strong differences of opinion and make them professional, make them differences in policy and not differences that we accept that we're all humans in the room, we all have the right to be here, and we all choose to be. I think it's going to be a truly exciting and interesting time, and I'm really looking forward to how we move this forward. So, and on that note, I think we can put on time here. I'd like to give Sam Leathers his opportunity to come up here and tell us a little bit about what it means now that we're in the conference here. So, so we're just going to take a little down memory lane here. How many people in the audience here have been around since the binary account? Who have never followed a binary? We actually wow.
Is title to beyond the non-speech or just for like 15 seconds?
Just for a little.
Well, it is something particular. How we got to where we are. Because we don't learn career history without where we are. Not really want to way to do it.
You gotta fix it.
Now we can get the world better.
Can we say
Okay. In Irina, we basically cobbled together a lot of technology. Roski was one.
string on your phone?
We had
See how it sounds.
45. Can you mix the thing with yourself once? Okay, so basically in the binary room, we cobbled together a lot of technologies. We took things off the shelf for STD. We tried to get things up and going as soon as we could. And that basically, the summer was pretty easy, but I got started pretty early on. I got involved in about 2018. And I was from here. I was basically supporting the nodes, deploying the nodes, checking the exchanges,
Should I respond?
and all those things come along. So things we messed up in the binary. Brodsky, how many people remember the data corruption issues? Where basically, and all of a sudden you do it from the wrong data wallet, obviously, basically, these things know scratch to be able to get everything correct. That was a problem
This is
that
Lloyd.
trying to fix, and
If we type in the chat
did
box,
not make
it's
it
Lloyd.
work. So what that led us to
Just tell them
What?
currently we're bringing the audio.
is that we were getting ready to push product, taking you out of. We had to come up with a way, a new architecture that solved a lot of these problems. So fast forward to 2019. This is when I really started getting involved with the tech of Cardano. This is when I started getting involved with engineers. I went to the Berlin delegation summit, and we spent about 3 days, I think it was, going over the delegation specs, which was like 50-page documents combining the ledger of how jelly was going to work, how we were going to enact this research paper that the researchers had given us for Fri Jan, and how we were going to do this, that they can over it, and all these things. That I'm looking at all these formal specs, and it's like, okay, we need to start developing. Two teams basically were developing. You had the York Gamer team, and you had the Apple team. And they started with very different ways of how they were going to get it done. Norman Gamer team was basically looking at how can we shrink the scope of this down as much as possible to be able to get something out as quick as possible. And that's what led to the action. We'll talk about that here in a bit. And that's looking basically different. What they said was, okay, where are our biggest problems in environment? And two things basically came up. One was the storage layer.
how we store blocks, what we do in case of data corruption, how we prevent inconsistencies and whatnot in the data storage layer. And the other thing was the network layer. So we're like, we basically build a network layer that can perform at scale and be able to distribute nodes across the entire world and be able to come to consensus. That was the birth of what we call mini protocols. We literally started with a ping pong court with this network layer. So we create these mini protocols. They're basically muxed together. And we start with basically sending ping packets, basically saying, hey, I'm here, and someone responds. And then simulating that over 1,000 nodes, basically distributed across the world using a tool called ISM. To make sure that things are working the way they are. We slowly started adding in new protocols, like, for example, how to fetch a block header, how to fetch a block, things of that nature. Now, one of the things with the network layer that whenever you're dealing with networks in the real world, that you really have to worry about is denial of service.
So when you're talking about a network layer, you want to make sure that permissionless nodes that talk to your node can't cause your node to go down because of too much traffic. So what we did with that was we split the network layer into two pieces. The one is basically the node-to-node protocol, and then you have the node-to-client protocol. And the node-to-client protocol is interesting because it only talks to a local node socket. So you literally have to take over that machine to be able to talk to it. So it's a very, very secure way to have these complex queries like ledger state queries that dump the entire UTXO snapshot, or even like the debug queries that dump the entire ledger state entirely. We basically gated those behind this node socket, but then allowed these other protocols to basically fetch headers, fetch blocks on the node-to-node protocol. So we're basically building this stuff up block by block and figuring out how to do this. At the same time, the Haskell team had a significant larger task than the Rust team because they had to support the Byron era. And how do we do that? So we have these nasty things called epoch boundary blocks that basically give us the leadership schedule at the beginning of every epoch, and they're huge, and basically list what every node is basically going to, when it's going to make a block in that epoch. Okay, and we have 20 seconds to generate that. Well, with Preos, we no longer have 20 seconds. We might have less than a second, because you could have a height battle where I'm making a block, you're making a block in the next slot. So we had to be able to speed that up. And it's like, okay, how do we do that? So anyways, but we have to support all this stuff. So what we did was we simplified Byron itself to as small as we could and still validate the chain. So we just threw out tons of features that Ouroboros Classic had. And what we did an analysis for the consensus mechanism was we identified that we could simulate this using BFT rather than Ouroboros Classic, and be able to meet all the requirements of being able to read the entire chain and have a new leadership schedule that basically just rotates between the 7 nodes from the 7 keys that ran the chain. And we did this basically by adding a protocol, a parameter into the configuration file that said the threshold of how many blocks, basically a percentage of how many blocks in the epoch could not be following the BFT leadership schedule. And we did some analysis, and I think we came up with 0.9 basically. So as long as 90% of the blocks included all 7 keys in them basically for the epoch, rotating around, it was fine. So we were able to simplify that and get rid of Ouroboros Classic and have this PBFT. This is what we call the Byron reboot. This was the first hard fork on Cardano, where we went from Byron Classic to Byron reboot. And it was essentially a no-op. It removed a whole bunch of functionality that was not used anymore, or was never used to begin with. But basically, there was nothing new here. All you could do at this time is basically send money from one wallet to another wallet and receive money from one wallet to another wallet. You could buy some funds on exchanges and start playing around with it, but that was pretty much it. So then, how do we get to that from there to Shelley? And Shelley, again, that's where we bring the stake pools in. That's where the whole community gets involved. So we have these node to client and node to node protocols going on the network side. We have everything set to be able to roll this out. What we don't have is necessarily a good way to roll out peer-to-peer to be able to find all these things. So we did a simplification there, and we basically created a central layer of nodes that was ran by the entities that allowed every person that had a stake pool to have an incoming connection from one of those nodes. So basically blocks would propagate, and then we encourage people to make your own connections, talk to your fellow SPOs, make sure that you have your own connections going. Call out to Marcus Guffler, who made the topology updater that basically let you auto-generate a topology for it. So we got the network layer solved. That's good. How do we actually fork into this thing? How do we get from one set of rules to another set of rules? Well, there's some precedent for that. And you see that with like Bitcoin forks. And essentially how it works is you switch from one code base to another code base, and you coordinate with a whole bunch of people to do this at a particular point in time. And then as long as everyone switches to that new code base at the right time, it gets enough stake, that becomes the authoritative chain and it goes forward. I mean, we could do that. How painful is that, though? Can we do something better? Out of this comes the hard fork combinator. And this was Edsco from Well Typed that came up with this idea, where you could have a list of rules of what you're currently operating, and you have another list of rules that you want to get to. And basically, you have this two security window range, basically, that you know you're going to be switching the rules. So then at the end of the epoch, once you decide you're switching the rules, it just flips it. And you can change the rules in any way you want. You can completely change the entire rules of the game every hard fork. Now, you obviously don't want to fully do that, because if you do that, then you start breaking people's functionality. But the technology is there to be able to do upgraded systems. And you'll see as I talk further how useful this is going forward. So then you have the whole wallet problem. So with Byron wallets, who had a Daedalus wallet? Everyone remember the DDZ addresses you got from your Daedalus wallet? These were, we called them random addresses. And that's because we used a random number generator based on your seed to generate an address. And then that address had some metadata associated with it that told you something about the account pub key that was associated with your wallet. And you collected all these addresses. So, I mean, some exchanges had like some 300,000 addresses in these wallets. They have to track each one of these, and they have to basically, every single address that comes on chain, they have to check, does that have that metadata associated with my account? And if it does, then basically I have to figure out how to generate that so I can get the key to be able to handle it. And huge performance nightmares with this. Huge performance nightmares. You have a giant wallet, it becomes a mess. So the wallet team basically went and they were like, okay, how can we do this better? So a thing called Icarus. Who remembers Icarus? Anybody? Project Icarus? Okay, so Project Icarus was this idea that, well, we don't really need to do this random generation. We can just start an index and increment it every time. So we did this with the Byron addresses. And if I remember right, it was AE2 they began with on the first three first three characters, basically, the wallets, you could identify what kind of address generation scheme you were using by the prefix, basically. But you have these, and Emergo basically was like, well, we want to run with this. We want to build a wallet that uses these Icarus addresses. And Yoroi was born. And how many people used Yoroi after Yoroi was born instead of Daedalus? Yeah, there's a number of you here. Why not both? Exactly. So the downside of Yoroi was you trusted a central entity. It was a light wallet. You did not control your own node, whereas Daedalus itself, you had complete control of the node. There was no central entity you had to use. Okay, so that's Icarus. So then we take this Icarus idea and we apply it to the Shelley era. We never applied it to Daedalus in the Byron era, but the Shelley era, it's like, okay, we're going to improve on this, and this is where we're going to go with it. Okay, so we have this idea of basically you can generate, you have a gap of how many the chain will look for. So you don't have to look for every address. You only have to look for the next 20 and the ones that you've tracked so far. So that's basically the wallet going into Shelley. I'll talk a little bit more about that here. So yeah, that basically covers, I think, most of the problems we had with the Byron era. So let's actually talk about the Rust side a little bit, how we did Jormungandr. So we get something up rather quickly. We have what was called the local node. Who participated in the local node leading up to the ITN? Anyone? Okay, so the local node was basically a simulated node that you could run locally and pretend that you had these different stake pools making blocks. And there wasn't a network layer yet, so people were messing with that. They were trying it out. Everything was going pretty good. Then they had the network layer in. The network layer, they used off-the-shelf gossip protocols they could find in Rust. I don't remember the name of the protocol it was that they were using, but basically gossiped around and found peers and connected those peers, and then basically that's how the connections happened between them. Okay, so now we have this network layer added to it, and people started testing with that, and we start noticing that we're having a little bit of divergence in the thing. So tweaking parameters, we think we have it down. There's probably participants, I don't know, somewhere in the range of like 10 to 15 or so that were originally participating in the early network experiments of pools. It wasn't a huge amount, and everything was going pretty good. People come up with this idea of, okay, how do we incentivize more people to come? And this idea of the ITN was born. We can basically pay people to test this out. We pretend we're in the Shelley era before we're in the Shelley era, track all those rewards, and then apply them to mainnet. That was the general idea of what the ITN was supposed to do. So we do that, and we have an explosion of people. I mean, I think we had some like 200-300 stake pools running in the ITN. So gossiping's happening. Nodes are trying to find each other. What happens? Giant forks. Like giant forks, multi-day forks where the node basically is talking, everything's good, and then it rolls back and deletes like thousands of blocks. And it's like, I made all those blocks and now I'm not getting rewards for it and whatnot. So this happens. This is, of course, it launched right before Christmas. So I'm leading the SRE team. We're literally being pulled in on Christmas Day to reset nodes and get them going. And yeah, so basically what we ended up doing after Christmas was we were like, okay, we need to have some sort of central authority and whatnot. So how we achieved that was we basically told people, you got to restart your nodes like multiple times a day here. Otherwise, we're going to have these forks and you're just going to lose all your blocks. So every time it restarted the nodes, it only talked to the central ones that my team was running. So it would get on the right fork and then it would make some blocks, and some of those would basically get lost as it started connecting to other nodes. But if you restarted your node, you only lost a few blocks, and then you could hope that basically you got some more coming. So we did that. This thing's running for like 6 months. I have so many stories of people talking to me, and it's like, oh yeah, I was up like 24 hours basically, many days just trying to keep my node to get blocks on the ITN and trying to be the most competitive, and basically me and one guy basically switched back and forth 12-hour shifts, and anytime that we saw we were getting on a fork that was separating from the main IOG nodes, we'd instantly restart our service. People started writing scripts to do it. They basically would monitor like their tip compared to the IOG nodes, and they'd just like force restart their node every time they diverted like more than 2 or 3 blocks. So it was a complete crazy time. And then we start introducing Shelley on the Haskell side. And Shelley on the Haskell side was completely different. We had the friends and family. Who was anyone part of the friends and family here? Okay, so we started with the friends and family testnet. We reached out to some SPOs that were very well known on the ITN, people that were helping other people significantly on the ITN, people that were creating this community of SPOs. And we get them involved, and they start using it. And we don't have the hard fork combinator yet. So we're basically just launching a testnet in Shelley that's following the formal method spec, and everyone's basically participating on this. And I would literally get comments on Telegram at the time because we weren't using Discord yet. I'd literally get comments every day. It's like, there's got to be something wrong here, because like I'm not getting any alerts, and how can I make sure that like my thing's actually working correctly? And because it was so strong and so formidable, because it was built from those ground principles of how do we connect the network, how do we make this performant. And another part of the performance piece, I got to credit Serge Kosarev, who was originally also a DevOps guy, that he decided he wanted to be part of and lead a benchmarking team in 2019. So he basically comes up with this idea of how do we benchmark this so we know exactly, looking at forge metrics, how long it takes for this one block to propagate all the way across the world in this simulated environment with 50 nodes. And we start doing these benchmarks, and every single release that we've done since that time, and we've added more metrics we're looking at, our reports have more data in them, but every single release we compare to the previous release, look at the benchmark results, and if it doesn't pass, it does not go forward. And this has been a frustration with lots of people, I'm sure, because this is what, when people talk about delays on the Cardano node, this is what happens. There's some sort of regression that happens. There's some feature that slows things down so much that basically the technical team cannot sign off on that release, and we have to fix it before we get it out there. Okay. So we got that going. We have the friends and family testnet. Everyone's much happier on the friends and family testnet. And now it's time to figure out how to actually migrate all this Byron stuff in. We have the hard fork combinator, so we're going to test it out and everything. What's the governance layer going to look here? And this is where governance comes in. What is our governance layer? How do we actually decide when we go from one era to another era? What protocol parameters can we change without changing eras? All these things. And basically what we did was we built an entire governance layer, assuming that in the future, anyone would be able to do this. But initially, just like we did with the stake pools where we slowly rolled it out, we basically said we're going to take the central entities and they're going to govern the chain for now. and then we'll be able to hand it off at a later date. But we're going to build this in a way that we're doing these transactions on chain to basically submit a proposal to do this thing, and you have to get consensus among these nodes all agreeing that, well, these nodes keys, the delegate keys, all agreeing that we're going to go forward. So we have a governance layer. We have the hard fork combinator. We have the Preos stuff implemented. We've benchmarked it. We're ready to go. We launch. Anyone remember the disaster that happened after we launched? Anybody? There wasn't one. It went off without a hitch. And we also had native scripts already. A lot of people don't know that. That basically, when we launched Shelly, you could already create a multi-sig wallet, and you could basically have multi-signers sign off of it. Okay, so we're going to accelerate through this a little bit quicker here because it's just not very interesting because we already have the hard fork combinator. We're just adding a few features here and there. So next era, Allegra. Anyone know what Allegra was? Time locking. Time locking. So we updated the native script standard to have time locking, where you can basically say that this thing can only be spent in this particular time range, or it cannot be spent in this particular time range. The general idea with this was for Project Catalyst. The general idea for Project Catalyst initially was that everyone would basically lock their funds up. There'd be a snapshot taken, and then it would be locked during the voting round, and then you'd be able to access your funds afterwards. We didn't go forward with that, actually. We came up with a better design for it. But that was the onus for getting time locking going. But the way we developed the era for Allegra, we were able to flip it around rather quickly. It was about like 2 or 3 months, and we introduced Mary. And Mary was a stopgap measure the devs came up with because everyone wanted smart contracts. Everyone was like, when smart contracts, when smart contracts, when smart contracts. Well, what can we deliver? Because Plutus wasn't ready yet at this time. What could we deliver without smart contracts? And it was like, well, I mean, we could basically take this native token standard that we're going to use with the smart contracts, and maybe we can launch that now with native scripts for minting and burning. And we're like, okay, let's try it. So we rolled it out. We figured maybe just like multi-sig, maybe like a handful of people would test it, try it out, see how things work. Anyone know what happened after that? NFTs galore, native assets galore. Cardano is probably most known for how many different tokens are on it because it costs 200,000 Lovelace, not even a single ADA, to mint millions of tokens. So now we have native tokens. People are actually using the chain. They're building tools without smart contracts to exchange these things. They're building these cool JPEG standards to throw into assets. So basically you can have this beautiful picture associated with this asset that only you have. Okay, so Cardano's for real now. So what's next? We finally get smart contracts. That's coming up just shortly after. I want to say it was, it was 2021 when we got native assets. I think it was toward the end of that year, I think, when we got smart contracts for the first time. Yeah, so about 6 months later, we have a new era, and we've launched smart contracts on the chain. Now we have Goguen and whatnot. Smart contracts was a very blind spot for us. We didn't know how people were going to use them. we didn't have enough people educated on basically the difference between UTXOs and account models. And it was a little bit of a rough start for us. I mean, we had a Sunday launch fairly early. All of a sudden, our chain was like completely loaded, and we had to figure out how we could quickly optimize it within the code base itself. And we adapted fairly quickly, and like within a couple months of the Sunday launch, we actually had things fairly stable for a good while going there. But we needed to improve it further. So we started looking at, okay, so you got to throw your entire script basically into the transaction. What else can we do? So reference scripts. We started adding new primitives and whatnot. We added the SecP stuff and all that stuff. And that was basically the Babbage era. And there were two parts of the Babbage era. There wasn't supposed to be, but we ran into a last minute correctness issue with the SecP stuff that we basically had to create a new hard fork for it. And we had, with the hard fork combinator, you can have new eras, and you can also have what's called intra-era hard forks, where you add small functionality or turn on limited functionality at a particular point in time that's already developed for that era, but just not available yet. And that's what we did to enable the SecP. So it was about 7-8 months after the launch of Babbage or so, we had the SecP stuff activated. And some of that was basically what I went back to before, benchmarking. So we started doing some optimizations and whatnot, and things slowed down. So we had to make adjustments to be able to get that out. And we got everything going and we rolled it out. It took a long time for people to upgrade. Long time. I mean, I think we were looking at like 3 to 4 months basically from the time we had the release out to the time where we had enough exchanges and block producers updated and whatnot. So we're moving along, and it's like, okay, what's our next thing going to be? And everyone's thinking scalability. We got to make this scalable. It's time to start looking at this Laos paper that just came out. Let's do scalability. And Charles actually had a rather controversial idea at the time, and it was like, we could do scalability now, but how long are we going to keep pushing down governance down the line? How long are we going to continue basically making all the rules and not letting the community participate in it? So he was like, okay, let's figure out how we can do this. And he invited me and Kevin and Jared, if you remember Jared, and a few other people to Longmont. And we basically were whiteboarding for like 3 days. And the first one was like beautiful. We were like, oh, we're going to do this full voting system. We're going to use mithril snapshots to basically take it off. And we're going to use Hydra to build this entire voting platform and everything. And we're going to be able to do all the voting there. And then we're going to have a smart contract at the end that basically takes everything off of Hydra and brings it on chain. And it was like, well, how long is this going to take? And we're like, well, let's talk to the Mithril and Hydra team. And they're like, probably 3 to 5 years or so. And it's like, okay, can we do anything quicker? Is there anything we can do to bring governance to the people now? And Jared, me, and Kevin are whiteboarding. And it's like, well, I got an idea. Let's add a voting key to the address. So we're like, okay, let's add a voting key to the address. So now we can do everything native in the ledger. And it's like, okay, so what's this going to cost us? Well, memory is going to go up about 33% because all the addresses are going to be longer and the UTXO set's going to be larger. That's going to be a bit of a pain. Everyone's going to have to move all their money. They're not going to be able to just take their wallet. They're going to actually have to move all their funds from just a staking address to a voting address. That's going to be a pain for like a lot of people here. Are people actually going to do it? And so then we're like, how else could we do this? And we're like, we have a design for this already. And it's like, what's that design? Stake delegation. You have a stake address, you delegate to a pool. What if you could delegate to a voting address? So we're like, oh, that's a great idea. Everyone generates their own voting address, and now everyone can vote on chain. And then, so we're going down the road on that. And it's like, okay, scalability wise, can we do that? Can we have everyone vote on chain? Is everyone going to participate? Is everyone here going to vote on every action? What if we have 20 actions on chain? What if people don't feel like they have the expertise to be able to vote on it? And we're like, well, it's just an independent generated key. What if we create a new governance class and we called it, I don't know, a delegate representative or something? What could we call it? A DRep. Okay, so we got a DRep here, so people can register to be a DRep. What's that going to look like? Well, we already designed that. We have stake pools. It's a registration certificate, and you basically make a declaration that I'm going to be a stake pool. So we'll just do the same thing and make a DRep. So we're talking about it and everything, and it's like, okay, so how often are we going to have these elections for DReps? What's this election process going to look like? And we start talking about it, and we start talking about separation of powers and that we need to have some sort of Supreme Court and everything associated with it. And Charles stands up and he's like, let's do something no one's ever done before in the history of governance. What, Charles? Let's do liquid delegation. So now anyone can change who they're delegating to at any time without having to wait for a special election. At any time, they can basically just go and say, you know what? I want to delegate to Jenny today. I want to delegate to Adam. I'm using their names because they're not DReps, because I don't want to give any people ideas on who to delegate to. So now we have this beautiful governance layer. We have these DReps, and it's like, okay, so what else do we need to form this government? And we're like, well, we need some sort of constitution, I think. I don't know what that looks like. I have no idea, but we need to have some sort of rules everyone agrees on, some sort of vision of what we believe. And it's like, okay, who enforces that? Well, I guess we need some sort of committee for that. Okay, what's that committee going to look like? How are we going to handle that? When is that committee elected and whatnot? So we were like, well, we have this DRep thing already. We already have these keys for DReps. Couldn't we do the same kind of liquid thing for a Constitution Committee? But do people delegate to it? No, we don't really want to have them delegate to it. Well, what if we just have an action on chain that the DReps vote on? And it's like, well, what if there's some coercion and if you only have DReps voting on it? Is there a check and balance here? Because the Constitution Committee isn't going to be able to vote on this because that's kind of outside of their interests. And it's like, we have another governance class already. Oh, what is it? Stake pool operators. We can utilize them for the things where we absolutely need to have another body of government to be able to come to consensus without being able to trust the CC to do it. So we bring the stake pool operators in, and they're able to, we decide that, maybe they should be voting on some security parameters that they're going to be experts in. They're obviously not going to be voting on the economic parameters that they can manipulate and whatnot for their own gain. But there are some network parameters and whatnot we might want to have them involved in for the voting. So we pick those out. We figure that all out. We have the Constitution Committee. We just do an update Constitution Committee action. And we set it up so you can have a min committee size, and then that can be changed through the governance process itself. The system actually runs, and it initially ran when we first launched it with a Constitution Committee that was empty. So it works without it. If you want to get rid of the Constitution Committee, you can basically just make it an empty set and set min committee size to 0, and now you don't have a constitution committee anymore. We have a constitution, we have full governance. Okay, how long is it going to take to do this? I don't know. Maybe a couple years. Can we do it any quicker? And it's like, well, let's see. Is there any way we can iterate on this faster? What can we do in the meantime? And how do we get this ratified? Like, how do we get people to agree to this? I mean, we can't just tell them that this is what we're going to do. We got to have some sort of mechanism for it. So we start writing the SIP process, go through the SIP process. We write the SIP up, have it written up in about a month for the first draft, get some reviews, talk to some community members about it, and then we finally publish it. I think that SIP ended up with like hundreds of comments of people saying, I don't like this, I do like this, we should change this, that, everything. Okay, how do we manage the governance to be able to figure out what the SIP is going to look like? And Charles again comes up and he's like, why don't we just bring them all to Longmont? And it's like, okay, that sounds like a good idea. So we start picking people in the community that we know really care about this stuff, invite them all to Longmont, and basically talk through what SIP 1694 is, get ideas from them of what they think of it, how they would change it. At that meeting, basically, the whole idea of locking stake actually came up. That was not talked about at all until that day when people were there. So we're having that conversation in real time with people. And it's like, okay, we did it. We got consent and everything. And Charles is like, that's not enough. And we're like, what do you mean that's not enough? We figured this all out. We're ready to start developing it. Let's go. And he's like, it's not enough. There's only so many people here. We need everybody to talk about this. And it's like, okay, how do we do that? So we start having these workshops, and we had 50, I think, in entirety, some of them virtual, some of them physical. And we wrap it all up about 4 months later in Edinburgh with a final one to go over all those results and talk about it. We invite a lot of controversial people that we know are going to poke holes in it. People like Kenrick, people like Johnny Kelly, and whatnot. And we just all debate this stuff and we figure it all out. And at the same time, the team's been developing 6 months as hard as they can, figuring out what this era is going to look like. How can we do a minimal voting model? And we do a demo of this new voting model. And we basically say, okay, we haven't built the DReps yet. Let's just use the SPOs. So we show a vote basically using the SPOs. And the first constitution we showed the first action we showed in the demo was a new constitution, because we felt that the constitution was so central to what we were doing. We wanted to show that that was basically the first thing that we could demonstrate using this voting model. And then we had the meeting with Charles, and it's like, okay, how do we get the rest of it? And we built the roadmap up and figured out the next 6 months of work, figured out how all that was going to work. We were like, okay, we can do this fast. We absolutely can do this fast to show progress and to get people involved. But there's going to be some time on the tail that we need to worry about to basically solve those nasty performance issues that prevent you from getting releases out. There's going to be some last minute tweaks we're probably going to have to do. And we're going to have to figure out the cost model for how this is going to work, because of course we're going to have smart contracts in it. And we're going to introduce this thing called a guardrails script and whatnot in it that we're not going to have time to do in this short period of time that we're rushing this out. So we do that. We have about 6 months of polish and everything. We get it out. Constitution, not Constitution Committee, the three entities have their last final vote on chain to basically hand this off to the Constitution Committee. At the same time, we figure out who's going to be part of it. We bring in members. We have votes basically to get three. We take the founding entities, and then we have another seat for Intersect and whatnot on it. And that's our governance system. That's where we're at now. And yesterday, it passed. We're going to full DRep governance next week. So, like I said, I wanted to start this whole thing out talking about the mistakes we made along the way. And I wanted to talk about the community interactions we had, because that's been a key part of Cardano throughout. All the way from the ITN till now, we have been working with the community and trying to solve these issues. And now it's up to you guys. Where do we go from here? And the product committee is putting together a vision and roadmap. We're working with product people from IOG. We're working with lots of people in the community. Some of them were elected. I was one of the most recently elected ones. And we're taking feedback. We're talking to people. If you have any ideas on what you think should be in the core roadmap for Cardano for 2025, come reach out to me. But we're going beyond that. So we're going to get this 2025 vision roadmap out soon, hopefully. But beyond that, we're going to form a 2030 vision for Cardano, because it's up to us now to figure out what our actual vision is. And it might be very similar to what we have now. We might have broad disagreements about what the vision is, but we're going to figure that out together as a community. And I invite all of you to participate in that process. We're going to do a similar thing to how we did SIP 1694. And we're going to have this workshop model. A lot of it's going to be virtual. We're going to try to do everything through GitHub, open source. So basically, each workshop is basically going to be submitting changes to whatever that vision is as it goes, the initial vision, how it started and whatnot. All that's still kind of being figured out. But yeah, I invite everyone to participate in that process, because Cardano really is about you guys, the community. Sure, me and the developers here are making sure we don't shoot ourselves in the foot, and we're making sure that the benchmarks pass, and we're making sure that we have proper formal methods, that we're not going to break things along the way. But what we do, what we develop next, where we put our focus, is up to everybody here in the audience, everybody watching abroad, and everyone that watches this recording a year from now. So I mean, it's going to be a liquid system. We're going to adapt quickly. We're going to work with people. We are going to basically come together as a community and figure out what this all is. And it's going to be messy. Governance is messy. Governance is hard. But that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it so important to be part of this community. So I invite everyone here. If you want, talk to me later. I'm happy to talk with people more about this in detail. But get involved. Get involved in Intersect. Get involved in building the Cardano roadmap. Get involved in building the new things for Cardano. And support your local community members that are doing it. Thank you very much, folks.
Sam Leathers, everybody. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, it's fantastic, Sam. Thank you so much. And we've got a little time here. We're actually a little bit ahead of schedule, which is kind of cool. So we're gonna do a little exercise here. We're gonna put you guys to work a bit. So we're gonna get these wireless microphones out to Marky and to Monty here, and we're gonna have you guys take it up to the audience, and we're gonna find out where everybody's from, why everybody's here. So here we go. You got those up.
Guess I can start. I'm Sam Leathers. I'm from State College, Pennsylvania area. Yeah, I've been involved in it for a long time. And if you want to learn more, listen to my last talk.
Hello, I'm Jenny. I am a Cardano community member. I've been here for about 5 years, working tirelessly, trying to bring community together. I do Cardano over coffee every day, and I'm also very involved with governance, and we'll be doing an amazing DRep debate later on, so stay tuned.
Hello, I'm Adam. I'll be doing the DRep debate with Jenny, and I've been involved since 2018-ish in the community from Urbana, Illinois, and great to be here. Love doing governance with Cardano.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm Gerson Gomez. I'm from Brazil. I'm living in the United States nowadays, and I'm trying to understand a little bit more to share with Brazilian people. And I'm a DRep right now. I went to Argentina. I went to several workshops and a national meeting in Texas. So I'm looking for information to share to understand a little bit more.
Hello, everyone. I'm Wes Parkinson, representing Rare Network. We're better known as Rare Evo. Here to talk about our new Intersect MBO Marketing and Growth Committee. So very excited to be here, joined with Rand here, as well as 2 of our other team members. All based out of Cincinnati, Ohio, by the way.
I guess I'll add a little bit as we are stake pool operators and DReps as well.
I'm Ken Ladd. I'm from Wyoming. Normally during the winter, we enter the house and don't leave for a few months. So this is a real privilege to be out of the house here in Florida. It's a little cold though. So I came across Cardano 2020, went to the summit in 21 in Wyoming, and it radically changed the course of my professional career. So I switched entirely, was like, I'm going to learn how to code. That did not go well. So I promptly switched to what I'm more naturally inclined to, which is the field of law. So I decided to go to law school and see how I could contribute as a lawyer to the community. So just finished that up in August, taking the bar next month. And man, it's been such an incredible introduction to the community in person, starting with Adam in Chicago for the DRep Pioneer Workshop, and a slew of events through the Constitutional Convention, where I had the privilege of participating. And at this point, I'm a DRep as well. So just happy to be here with you all.
Next. Okay, my name is Juan Sierra, and I'm here with my wife, trying to make a little more family-oriented environment in Cardano. And I invite you all guys to stand up and exercise a little bit, please, now. Oh, yeah. Please, go ahead, stand up. Because we've been sitting for 2 hours, and I think it's important for us to stretch. And yeah, I think this is what I bring to the community.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jose Martinez. I am a community member. I don't have a lot of ADA. I have very few ADA, actually, because I'm actually a Cardano user. So I buy NFTs, shitcoins, whatever you want to call them. I started this governance journey a long time ago. I've been to every single workshop that was held. So it's almost like a hobby at this point. I am a DRep. Yeah, I'm just glad to be here, and hopefully we could change the world.
Hello, my name's Mike Chandler. I'm here with my wife, Jamie. We are here local from the village of Estero, just a few miles down the road. So welcome, everybody. Just so you know, it's not always this cold here. That's for sure. I have ran the meetup for Fort Myers. We started back in early 2020, and it's called Cardano of Southwest Florida. It's kind of dormant now. We haven't done done it a lot recently, but we are looking to start it back up here. So I'll be working with Lloyd on that. If you are here local, look for that on Meetup. Be glad to get you guys back involved in Cardano. Also, I'm a stake pool operator and a Catalyst Fund Project 11 attendee, or I'm working on a project from Fund 11 called One Vote. So trying to get involved as much as Cardano as I possibly can because I love the project. Been here since before the INT, incentivized testnet. That was a fun way to go, and it's been a great ride. So thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm James. I've been working for IOG since around 2021, so right at the peak of all of the excitement, and then read through the other times as well. I work most recently in the ecosystem team, and I was part of the ecosystem mapping project, which we'll hear about in a few minutes. So, but with that as well, there'll be a call to action at the end. But if anyone wants to talk about the map, any adaptations, any improvements, then come chat to me. I'll be happy to include them going forward.
Go up to Steve.
Good morning. My name is Asenet, Juan's wife. Lucky that I came today and hear some story about Cardano, which was great, that I will review it again. And so proud of every one of you. And I see my husband every day in meetings, passion about this, committed, and as you say, this is a process, making mistakes, and coming with new ideas and see which one are going to work better. So happy to be here, and thank you so much for all you do.
Hi, everyone. I'm Drew. I work for a Cayman Island-based publicly traded company. We're the world's first company to tokenize a reinsurance contract. Interested in learning more about the community and specifically Midnight, if possible.
My name's Steve. I decided to buy Cardano after I saw Charles' whiteboard video, and this was right after the COVID shutdown, and ADA was 4 cents. And by the time I could let go of my favorite bass guitar and my favorite saw, so that I could actually buy some ADA, it was 9 cents, and I've been trying to catch up ever since. So. I'm part of the Gimbal Labs community, and we recently registered as a DRep over the holidays, and the other guys do really hard work, and so I get to go to events, and I tell them about this stuff. So really appreciate all of you, and looking forward to the rest of the day.
Thank you, Steve. I am Quasar. I'm everywhere and nowhere. I'm past, present, and future. We can travel through time because we can program it. What we've done with Cardano and with Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, we've created programmable money. Money is a social contract, a construct. So is time. Let's program time, become time manufacturers, and find a way to bring the world with us. Not our generation of people alive today, but the next 7 billion or 12 billion or 21 billion. And I'm not a DRep, but it might be.
Don't drop my mic, Quasar. Come down the front row here. Get our friends here. Yeah, don't slip. Don't slip. Go to our front row here. Front row. Yep, and we've got, yes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kula. Primarily, what brought me into Cardano was my experience as a recording artist and performing artist. Discovered, like Quasar said, about the programmable money. The music industry in particular has lots of pitfalls that many people have experienced. And when I discovered you could program in some of these contracts and maybe take some of the weight off of the musicians off their plate and maybe put it into robots, make a little bit fairer, more equitable society. That to me went full into. I met a lot of people. I think at Consensus when there was a big Cardano presence. It was 2021, I believe it was, and ever since, did drastically change my professional career as well. As soon as I started meeting some amazing people and discovered what is possible for the future, then gave me hope which was really inspiring.
I am Maggie Schmidt again. Hi, everybody. So we come from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Again, usually we don't leave the house. We arrived yesterday. It was much warmer here, but it was warmer yesterday at 11 degrees in Wisconsin. But I have a background as well as a musician and got into Cardano because Kala showed me. And at first I was overwhelmed, especially because we were attending different blockchains events. But then I found quickly that Cardano events are my favorite. The people, all of you, and all of the other Cardano folk that I have met are truly the most welcoming people I've ever met in any community. Join our cult if you haven't joined already. But truly, they are. And the reason that I appreciate these people so much is because they think about long-term solutions and they're willing to hold on to the hope. And as a musician, hope is really hard to come by. So it's this beautiful gold light and a beacon of what might be considered a hopeless world. So.
Hi, my name is Paige. I'm from Toronto, Canada. I was introduced to Cardano about a year ago now by my brother, Sheldon Hunt, and I've been working on doing community spotlights, highlighting people within the community with great initiatives. So come talk to me. I would love to interview everyone here.
Yeah, Paige is on our team at GM Cardano team, and she does absolutely put that out, those community spotlights out as often as possible. We're doing almost every week right now. So we got
awesome. Hey guys,
Logan right there.
My name's Logan. I know a lot of you. Been around Cardano for a while. I too, one of my first Cardano events was the Laramie Summit in that little turf field bubble, learning about all that stuff. But yeah, pretty much for the past 4 years, been an entrepreneur in the space and building governance and DAO tools. And my main passion with blockchain is I just think it's a superior record keeping system, and I'm fed up with the legacy systems, and I think there's a better future ahead, and I think a lot of that can live on Cardano. So yeah, it's good to be here.
Awesome. Thank you, Logan. So again, look around the room. This is how this era of collaboration begins. We've all gathered the very first day after the beginning of the Ploman hard fork, the very first day where this ledger, this beautiful system, this community that we have all formed together has become a reality, a true reality. It is irrevocably in our hands now. The Genesis keys were burned. That can no longer happen. We can no longer use those keys. The Constitution, the interim Constitution, was formed, and we had our first chain hard fork. And then, as we went through this process, we now have the Ploman hard fork. So we've now enabled the DReps, those of you that are DReps in this room, and all of the DReps throughout the community, throughout the world, to make the decisions for our future. So, and that's what's coming up next. So what we're looking at right now, we've got a timeline ahead of us, and that timeline that we have now is going to be several months that we will begin to exercise what it is that we're doing. So we're going to start with things like the Constitution. The delegate approved Constitution will come up for a vote here in about a week. Roughly a week. It'll actually be right after the 29th on the 30th of January. 30th of January, we will have the interim Constitution the delegate approved Constitution will be moving into a vote. So delegates are going to have to make a decision if that the DReps have to make a decision if that delegate approved Constitution is the one that we're going to shift to. So now, what did that look like? To taking from where Sam was going, Sam got us all the way up to that SIP 1694 of the Edinburgh workshops. What did we do post that? We also we had to generate a constitution that we could all live by, at least for a while. Not necessarily, never the finished constitution, but the next iteration of what the constitution would be. So out of the Edinburgh workshop, what did we hear? We heard Intersect. Intersect is going to be forming as an organization. I know I was one of those people that filled that form out. Like there was several of us. I know we were there in Edinburgh. We were filling the form out right there, on our phones, filling out the form to be members of Intersect. And then part of that was also we were going to do constitutional workshops. They wanted constitutional workshops in 50 countries. We ended up with 63 workshops. I think we had 51 countries. Didn't we we did. We ended up getting 51 countries. So we have 51 countries with 63 workshops. There's like 1,400 participants, lots of people that came together and looked at the elements of the Constitution that needed some kind of consensus to be built around. And we got there. We got to a point where we were in, of course, Buenos Aires, and that was just in December. It seems a lifetime ago already, but literally just a little over a month ago, we were in Buenos Aires, and many of you were delegates. Many of you were there, either delegates or alternates, and you made your decision. You made your decisions. So, and you worked with me, which was really a privilege and an honor to shape a constitution that we could present to the entire Cardano community. No one person could have done this alone. It's not possible. We're a community. We are together. It is all of us working together that takes this to that next level. So I'm just going back to the earlier discussion that we were having, the earlier keynote that I was giving. How do we, each of us, take that next step? How do we, each of us, decide that this is the thing, this is my contribution or contributions that will bring us all forward, that are going to improve this for us? I think, for me and my team, it's going to be more of this. We're going to try to do more of these events. We're going to try to do, more of that educational content. That's how we'll put forward, the things that we think we're particularly good at to help. But we have constitutional, we have people in the room who've studied constitutions and constitutional law. We have people in the room who are lawyers, who are event coordinators, who are developers, who are media personalities. I'm just looking around the room, and what do I see? I see different kinds of brilliance all coming together. And that is what makes this special. That is actually what is going to make a difference for all of us. So with the time that we have now, we've got about 15 or 20 minutes before we're going to move into that next development, the next area of conversation here. I think we can take a bit of a break. I think it'll be a good time to let everybody stretch their legs and move around a bit. So to those on the live stream, if you want to join us again, at about 11:15 or so, 11:10, 11:15, that'll be great, and we'll just enjoy a little break and some camaraderie in the room until then. So thank you, everybody.
Right. Hello. If everyone can start moving back to your seats. And hello to our live stream again as well. We'll be getting started again here in just a couple of minutes.
Back, everybody. How you guys doing? Good. Scratch. Check.
Well, I'm very pleased to introduce our next segment. We have an amazing fireside chat. I think these folks here now don't need an introduction, but you guys might know Lloyd and Tamara here. Give it up. I mean, and after this, we'll also. I'm pleased to say we will have lunch. Yes, so stick around for that, of course. But I have no other words of introduction other than everyone give it up one more time for Lloyd and Tamara.
Thank you, Ian. Appreciate it. Hey, Tam.
Hi, Lloyd.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Good. Welcome to Fort Myers.
Yes, cold, rainy Fort Myers. Although we got a day of sun yesterday, and today
you
the
got
sun
a
is
day,
shining.
and today we got some sun for sure. But you did get at least one day of sun while you were here.
I thank you for that.
Okay, good. Because I was afraid you brought the bad weather with you.
Wow, passing the buck, passing the blame to the Canadian.
That's
yes,
right.
I might have brought a little cold here.
You brought a little cold air.
All right, I'll take partial responsibility.
You can only partial because we have another Canadian here with us today that I know she also brought some a little of the cold air down with her as well. So it was an amplification.
And she's a ginger as well. You got to watch out for those Canadian gingers.
So, this is, I was saying earlier today, Tam, that this is a year of collaboration. This is a year of growing who and what we are as a community. And, you and I have had this conversation a few different ways and a few different times, but I want to talk a little bit today about ecosystem mapping. I think this is a topic that more of us need to understand. If you don't know what the lay of the land is, how do you participate in it, right? And so earlier we were saying that, like, what do we do to bring in the next round of people who and give them a little less struggle to get in? And so, if you don't mind, can you just work with me through, like, how did you start in this ecosystem mapping space? Because you brought it in fairly early in the space here. So what does that look like for you?
Okay. Well, I have always been a sort of big picture thinker. I'm a big systems thinker, and maybe just like a simple woman. I like to see a picture of something before I'd like to get the lay of the land of something. So I don't even know how long ago it was. Could have been like 4 years ago. I was in Toronto and I met Don Tapscott, and some of you guys might know Don Tapscott. He wrote a bunch of books for blockchain. He wrote like a Wikinomics type, or I forget the name of his book, but he's written like several books. He has like 17 different books, and he's got really good blockchain enterprise type books. And I met him in Toronto, and he asked me to work on a paper for the World Economic Forum, and it was a paper on global solutions networks. And the premise of the paper was sort of like, there's this legacy world, right? And it's run by the former institutions that we all know and love, different governments, different nonprofit organizations, different financial institutions, including the SEC, including Standards & Poor and all of that stuff. And him and his team were actually exploring what does it look like for these new networks that are arising, these new governance networks that we don't quite fit into the standard legacy, I guess we'll call it Web 2 framework. Yeah, so he was starting in this paper to explore global solution networks, and particularly global solution networks for blockchains. So what is a global solution network? Basically, he's kind of similar to the ecosystem mapping activity. He started to think about what are the different sort of pockets of things that arise when you're governing a large group of people. A bunch of resources, essentially. So he had watchdog networks. He had platform networks over here. He had different types of networks all over the place that he would define. And then he had me go in and actually go through the blockchain world at that time, do research, and kind of map the different blockchain groups to these different types of networks. He even had diaspora, like basically displaced people as well. He had global institution networks and all of that. So having done that activity, it's really cool to see my research, because like actually after 4 years, a lot's changed. So some of these things just don't exist anymore. So, but some of these things actually do. And there were a lot of working groups back in the day as well. Like the interesting part about blockchain is that people don't realize like the evolution of it has been happening for a decade, over a decade. And it's been pretty cool to kind of see that. But now we're seeing like sort of the refinement. Anyway, I'm digressing. I'm going to get back to the point here. So I just was like, this is so cool. Like he's actually mapping a new way that can kind of layer over those sort of legacy networks. And we can kind of figure out how can we govern ourselves sort of in a new way, and how can we create these sort of neuro networks or business networks or platform networks in a new way that doesn't quite map onto the legacy world. Because the point is, what we do is an extension of the legacy world. It's not we're not necessarily competing with it. I always use the updating the system. We're updating their systems. And the interesting part was too, if you go to look at the legacy world and map it, because I was trying to compare the new world with the old, like it's really hard to find those damn maps. I'm like, well, that's fascinating. Why don't we know how the legacy world, where's their maps? I want to see how the global financial infrastructure works. And then I'm like kind of naive at that time. And people were telling me, well, maybe they don't want you to know how this works. Yeah,
exactly.
Like I'm always the one in the room that's like, why don't we have this, sir? And they're like, it's usually obfuscation for a reason.
Right.
So it just got me thinking in that modality. I just thought it was really clever, Dawn's work. And that's kind of like what inspired me to think about these systems sort of in a new way.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Tam. And that's just it. Like the way you said it there, these things have been going on for very sparkly.
I'm sorry, I have to take a minute for my bottle. Look at how cool that is.
That is a very sparkly
I
bottle.
don't usually bedazzle things, but I didn't bedazzle this, by the way.
I was going to say that would take quite a bit of time to individually.
How
place
amazing is that? It makes me want to drink more water. So we use what we can to incentivize ourselves
to do the
good
right
behavior.
thing.
Yeah, I'm like it's like an accessory now. My water.
You can't be evil there. You have to drink your water, right?
Exactly.
So
you get it.
But so, as you were saying there, you know these legacy systems, they are mapped. Sure they are. But the people that understand the mappings keep that information as private as possible. Again, so what are we doing here in this space? We're trying to open it up. We've taken note that when that information is closed off and we don't have access to it, we can't all act upon it.
Exactly. I call it like digital wayfinding as well. It's like it's like when you're onboarding to an ecosystem, it's so confusing. We all know this. I mean, I'm confused and I've been in it for 10 years. I'm always like, okay, like the other day, my team sent me links to this forum and then there's this forum over here and they're like what the hell? Like it's just a whole bunch of websites and a whole bunch of people doing stuff, but there's nothing to really link it together. And the point is no one institution, in my opinion, and as Charles has said, and as we are building, no one institution should own that sort of state, right? And so that's where sort of this idea of self-reporting ecosystem maps, and we'll go more detail into exactly what I mean by it. So that's where that sort of came into play. New people entering a system, they need to know what to do, where to go, and what value this system actually has as well, which you can capture. I think these are all hypotheses, by the way, but I do think you can capture gross network value vis-a-vis these ecosystem maps as well.
Okay, so I want to put a pin in that one. The gross value, gross network value.
It's like GDP of a country, but what's our network value? Like everyone's always like, okay, well, should I go to this ecosystem or this ecosystem? But legacy folks, so like they have these metrics. They've got GDP to measure a country's value. If you look at what the capital markets use in order to measure value, they've got a whole bunch of different equity. They've got their coin market cap in the equities markets and everything. But we don't really know because there's qualitative and quantitative metrics. Like we got to be smarter here. It's like quantitative metrics, I think we can get to. Awesome. But the qualitative stuff too. And I'm not saying I know what all the qualitative metrics are, but those should be equally important as well. And you and I think I've talked a little bit about this as well.
We have. And that's, I mean, I can say on the budget process when we were going through and we were doing that was one where we were like, we must have these qualitative questions in the survey because we're doing ourselves a disservice if we don't. And sure enough, insights were gained. And so that's the other side of this that is also very interesting. We're not just helping people come in and find their place, but we're also giving people tools to measure.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. We're giving tools to measure. So ecosystem. So what is it then? Like just to bring it down a little bit further into reality and what have we done? So IO, when we say IO, it's like Tam has an idea. This is really cool. But I wanted to do it via Intersect, as Adam and all you guys know, I like doing stuff through it, not through IO, these types of things. I did it through Intersect with Ben and team, and I think you were even involved.
Sure.
Yeah, you're always there.
I'm there too often.
Lloyd is always there. And we set up a working group and we started interviewing some folks, so DApp developers, different types of profiles within it. And we started to, firstly, we read all the literature on the ecosystem. So ecosystem literature is quite limited, actually. So there's different types of ecosystems. Let me bring it back one step. There's purpose ecosystems, which Cardano is. I believe AI should also be deemed a purpose ecosystem. That means no one owns the platform, right? And the platform, like Amazon, is a business, an enterprise ecosystem. There's a real platform there, a business platform that somebody owns, Bezos and friends, and they kind of control the value that comes in and out, right? So there's enterprise and business ecosystems. IO's building a venture ecosystem. We'll kind of like own and control whatever platform I build for that to build that ecosystem. But a purpose ecosystem, nobody owns that. And that's always been our head scratchy problem. That's why it's like CF versus Intersect. And why is Intersect doing the budget? But all you guys here is like preaching to the converted. We know that there's now no owner. So congratulations on the hard fork.
That's right.
And soon we'll have the Constitution passed, and soon we'll have our first budget passed. But no one owns that. People vote on it.
Right.
So we read all the literature in ecosystem, and it documented like platform systems. That's your standard platform business model, like Uber. And these ecosystem models, though, are different. Value flows in a different type of way, and purpose ecosystems are quite different. Then we started to, and I'm told there's going to be the map. It's
I'll
in
do my
the
best.
in the Telegram channel. No,
Yeah,
that's okay.
that's right. That's
Yeah,
right. We
in the
did get it out on
Telegram.
the Telegram channel. So if you
Yeah.
guys check the Telegram channel, you can actually see the map there.
So what the team did first was just kind of just like, this is just standard, TAM, SAM, SOM, like in the standard business. We mapped like the type of roles that could exist within the ecosystem. And I think we came up with 65 different roles. There can be an innovator role, a builder role. They're quite generic. Then we started mapping the actors.
Mm-hmm.
And actors are people like IOHK, people like Liquid, people like Mel, people like you. Actors can play several roles within the ecosystem. And then we started to even map, like, once you see a map, and then once you can understand the different categories of roles and sectors is the other component of it. Obviously, there's different verticals, there's different sectors. This is, again, just standard business language, right? There's the NFT world, there's the DeFi world, there's the governance world, and all of these things are different components, sectors, areas of Cardano. We started mapping them, and then I do believe eventually we had a spreadsheet where we're starting even to like map the value and value flows between different actors. We're not quite there again yet because we've handed this over to you guys, but on the map that you'll see in the Telegram channel, it just kind of shows that map. And I think there was even debate about the SIP process. They're like, well, why isn't the SIP process here? SIP process is a process, but you can still map the roles of people that do the SIP stuff. Now, the idea is, and I'm going to throw this out to folks. It's not like this doesn't exist in the legacy world. Anybody that's ever used a Bloomberg terminal, and I've played around with a Bloomberg terminal before, you will see that a Bloomberg terminal does these types of things in the legacy world. What a Bloomberg terminal does, firstly, it's expensive. So you have to pay $25,000 a year to access the Bloomberg terminal. It's owned by Bloomberg and Friends. You see a trend here, right? Bloomberg and Friends own that. Okay. But it's just a big data warehouse. And what it is actually as well, it's a communication network. So you can think ecosystem, if we could eventually build this ourselves, it creates a communication network between those fancy finance people. They literally have an internal marketplace in Bloomberg where you can buy and sell your Patek Philippe watches and stuff, and your like fancy Lambos and stuff. So it's a communication network. It also is an analytics network where people, and I know we have analytics platforms already in Cardano and everything, but it has it has profiles of people. So big influencers inside the legacy world, Bloomberg has, and this is what ecosystem mapping can do. And I know that the DReps are starting to explore it. And thank you, DReps. That's really cool. Like, I like the fact that we're starting with one sector or one role, really, and sector. Yeah.
It's a governance sector and the role of the DRep, right?
Yes.
And I want to also point out here, this is kind of an interesting because you bring up the Bloomberg terminals. One of the most important things, why did the Bloomberg terminals become where they are? Why did they become the quintessential tool of the financial community?
Why, Lloyd?
Do you know that story?
Well, I want to hear.
Okay.
I want to hear from you.
Okay, so it is because in the very earliest days of these terminals being available, they were given to all of the new. It was a gift. You get this terminal as a new finance person, so you would have access to this tool in your earliest days, and of course, you would pay your usage as you became. And so access is the single most important point, because the reason that terminal became popular is because everyone that had started out in the finance sector had that terminal and used it.
Did they have the hardware early on? So the interesting thing about Bloomberg too, they actually, so security wise, they actually have their own hardware as well. They have their own keyboard, for Pete's sakes, which is, we're a bunch of nerds. I think that's pretty cool. I already have 2 keyboards, but another keyboard I just think that's cool. But anyway, they started with the hardware.
Yes. Absolutely.
Didn't know
And
that.
the hardware, they started with the hardware, gave it to them, put it in their hands right away, because that was the way that they ensured that that tool became the dominant tool for that industry. So again, access is everything. It's just, if nothing else, the lesson we have to take from the Bloomberg terminals is we have to make our tooling extremely accessible, get it in everyone's hands as fast as we can.
Exactly, but then comes down to incentives.
Yes.
So what incentivizes people to share their information? Like in Bloomberg, it's important to be seen. I mean, these are public companies and private company data, and a lot of it's self-reported. Obviously, public company data is mandatorily self-reported. You have to share your information. But it became that if you didn't have this, you don't know your ecosystem, your financial ecosystem. And the terminal, I just think, is a really interesting thing that you guys can look at in the working group and just kind of deconstruct what they did, and sort of like what you're saying. And I love that the DReps are starting with this. What did they do, and how do you build up from that and make it useful for people? That's going to be the biggest thing. It has to be useful. People will provide their data, shielded data, plug midnight. I'm wearing my midnight socks today.
Look at those. Yes.
There you go. I know it's like not so fashionable, but like so cute. Midnight's swag game is amazing. But yes, it's about making it as useful as reasonably possible for people, and then build up from there.
Absolutely. So this is, I mean, this is such an interesting journey that we're on, and I think we've kind of walked through a little bit of how we got here. What was the process that did it, but along the way, what were some of the headaches that you started to uncover? Like, what are some of the, what are the things that are going to be the challenges, the touch points? I like these challenge touch points because we've got a room full of people who are problem solvers. So when we start talking about the problems in public, we start to be able to get their brains moving, and we start getting help on what the answers are for those touch points. So what are the pain points right now? What are the things that we still are struggling with that we need the most help with right now? What's that part look like?
Well, you're right about that. Like, I mean, plug to the budget process. I did get a little peek into like where you guys are at in the budgeting, because you're on the budget committee.
Well, I'm an SME for the budget committee,
Right.
so
I mean, the problem always is like patience of people and just healthy dialogue. I feel like that's the problem. And just, I know this seems like kind of known to you guys. There's just so much information out there. So it's information overload. That's number one. So how do you get people to even understand this? The first time I got to introduce the concept was at our product backlog workshop that I ran early in the year. And it only got a brief, like it was just even explaining it to people. So that's one of the biggest problems. I'll go into like actual problems in a second, but like it's always with Cardano and any ecosystem in any company. It's just, how do you explain all the things that are going on? It's like, okay, now we got this ecosystem stuff. Is that going to be too confusing for people because we just got the Constitution? Is it too soon? I think it's a timing thing as well. Like I realized just kind of building it up quietly last year was good. And now we're getting into the budgeting process. And now we're going, like, it's amazing, guys. I also have to say this. It's amazing that we're even doing this, like the budget process. Like it's hard for me and the company in IO, just getting all of our budgets together. Like I want to, it's hard because there's different interests and competing interests and all that stuff. So the fact that we're even doing the budgeting process and where we've got to, and I know that there's still a few more debates, that's absolutely amazing. But I think it's bringing this in, solving immediate problems. Charles will say this about me. I'm like, I sometimes skip to the future, and it's like, really, what are the immediate problems we need to solve? And the DReps, it just worked. I mean, the system emerged and it worked, and the DReps were like, okay, well, we have a problem. We can't find each other. What are we going to use to find each other? What are we going to use to document our current positions? How are we going to start to build that like tiny little ecosystem amongst each other? So they've picked up this idea. It's really just a framework, an ecosystem framework. They've picked up this idea, and they're going to start prototyping and building slowly. They've solved the problem. So when you say what's one of the problems, I think they've solved that problem. I think this ecosystem mapping is really nice to have, and it will honestly set us apart. Once we keep building and building and people keep self-reporting and building it up, I think it just takes time in the timeline. I think we have to focus right now on the budgeting process, of course, and get that understood first. It's interesting though, when you guys read the budgeting, like it's not rocket science, right? Like when you do think about it, when you're like think about a company or whatever, it's like there's stuff you spend things on. And I think the categories that they've come up with on Cardano Core, like we have to build the thing, like the blockchain, right? Blockchain can't break. Let's build blockchain. Let's spend some more money building the blockchain, right? And then innovation. And it's really just getting people though to wrap their minds around, you got to spend some money on this first in order for it to keep going. And then we can look at more refined things like building this beautiful self-reported ecosystem map. Like I envision a world where we can all see each other. Like holacracy, I know, bad word, but like they built this like beautiful tool called Glass Frog where you can actually see each other. Like you can see you can have several roles, like I said, in holacracy and in ecosystem. So it could have like a picture of you that does like a bazillion things. And like in this actual, it's kind of like collaboration software where you can actually see Lloyd, see all your connections in real time, understand your several different roles, understand how to reach out to you, your communication modality. And then, of course, guys, it just goes without saying, you start to build reputation, right? So there's going to be several different tools that I see to build these ecosystem. It's not just maps. Maps are just, a map is just a map. It's a GUI, it's an interface, but it's the stuff that goes on behind it and how it all connects in an operating system that's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, because it's going to be hard. Like, if my role changes tomorrow, if I'm doing something different from, budget SME, which I'm doing now, but, that role will go on for a period of time, but then I'll move on to something else. I may be working on a different part of the ecosystem. So what will be important is to make it very easy to update that so that our different participants can see where we're at now and where we've been. That's where the reputation comes in, is that idea of over time we'll be bubbling up. We need to be able to have reputation given that when you're here in this room, there should be a, proof that you participated in this event is one of those many things. So some of it could be automatic. If you have an NFT that's proof of attendance somewhere, well, then that just goes in your roadmap automatically because it's on chain. We talked about that earlier, right? The idea that it's represented on chain, and when it's there, we can just pull it into the GUI. It's just available to all of us, and that's the point of it being public. So,
and that's on the individual level. So that's Lloyd as an individual, and I'm just going to kind of keep structuring this out for you guys. That's Lloyd as an individual, which is part of an ecosystem, and then maybe there's Lloyd as a company. There's a company behind Lloyd, so that's a new actor that might actually participate in several roles, might have several roles in different sectors even. You see how it can layer up and start to, so it's not just, so you still maintain some of your own individuality as well, because there's people behind companies, as we all know. And so it can just like kind of build up from there and scale up from there.
Beautiful. And so, bringing it back into the budget a little bit, which is fine. I love that we're talking about this as well, because it is a function of the ecosystem. It's something we absolutely have to do. It's a product, if you will, that we're going to have to put out, and we have to put out on a regular basis. And there will be participants and roles within that. So that all still, again, maps to this process.
Yes, it does. And you just reminded me of one thing. So once you see the map and then you see all the different roles, and then you can actually figure out what is missing in our ecosystem as well. And like the Bloomberg terminal, you can also see, like you can click on something like Apple in a Bloomberg. I love Bloomberg terminals. I really want one, Charles, please. I just want a Bloomberg terminal. I keep asking for it, and the finance guys get to have it, but the president doesn't get to have it. I'm just kidding. I'll get my own little terminal. But you can click on Apple, and you can it literally shows you their entire supply chain and like the entire flow of value. And then you can click on like even natural disasters. You can click on something and it can show you. I mean, we're going to be experiencing risk, macro and microeconomic risk, right, correlated to the legacy market. You'd be able to click on that. Again, this is like long-term type of stuff, but I'm just saying like that's where this thing could emerge to eventually for Cardano. And then you can create interoperability, obviously, with other ecosystems, because there's going to be other actors from other ecosystems. Midnight, obviously, is our interoperability blockchain for Cardano. you can start to very easily see, and then you're going to be able to map the different value flows between our ecosystems as well, because as you said, we're in the age of collaboration and we're in the age of interoperability. One final thing too, because everyone's always like, oh, we hate the CF, IO hates the CF. We don't. We just want to know what they do and what they don't do. So on an ecosystem map, we'll be able to easily see, okay, I guess they're a venture studio now as well. So you'll be able to like see the different things that they do, right? And you'll be able to see, okay, you'll be able to map how much ADA people have, as far as disclosures go, and you'll be able to actually see how many roles they play. Are they saturating the market? Like, it just gives people that like clarity. Everything should just be, I mean, we got to fix the legacy world, right? So everything should be as clear and transparent with the necessary obfuscation of data protection. And we all, again, I'm preaching to like a very intelligent audience here. Like, we know where that line is, I think, with data protection. I mean, business requires it. We're not all just going to lift the kimono and just show each other everything. So there is that aspect, but we'll figure it out as we go. And another thing for ecosystems as well, it's really important. And Juan the One and I were just talking about it. It really does work, Juan. Yeah, Juan the One. And we're always talking about culture. We always talk about culture. It's just what we talk about at IO too. Culture is one of the most important things. And I think we've solved culture at IO. Yeah, Charles always talks about our Glassdoor reviews. Don't read them. They're all lies. I'm just kidding. Some of them are true, but most of them are lies. But anyway, we've solved the culture problem too. And I think that the ecosystem needs to, we said solve problems. We need to elevate culture. I think the DReps are doing something with a culture code. Is that accurate?
So this is another one of those that I'm like, I get deep on this one. I'm also a culture guy. That's like, oh, that's just it's where I get going. And like I keep saying now, we need a culture of iteration. That is one of the things. So in our space, where with Cardano as an ecosystem, that's one of the things that, like you were saying earlier, you touched on it when you're like, we have to explain to people, they have to understand that it costs money to do these things, and that we have to find the processes and we have to build them. Well, you don't get there without a culture of iteration. It's not built at one time.
That's a value. That's a cultural value.
Cultural value. And we don't get there unless we have that understanding, unless we as a community approach something and go, okay, is it good enough for now to get to the next iteration?
70%. So we just actually established one with my executives. We just established a code of conduct amongst each other. And Charles actually threw that one out. 70% is basically what you're saying. 70% is good enough.
Yep.
Move on.
Yep.
I can't, by the way, I cannot abide by that one. Like, I have a problem. I'm like a type A, like, no, but it's broken a little bit. But no, you're right. That's a cultural value. And so you can set the macro, I think. For our company, we've set macro cultural values, right? They're just things to abide. But then what we've done is allowed, we're a company, so we can do these things. We allowed each of our sub teams to define their own culture and ways of working. You can never have a monoculture. That would be stupid and ridiculous. There could be, though, several tenets, and we have tenets in the Constitution anyway. So there's constitutional tenets, which kind of weave into culturally type things, but then there could be more.
Yeah. And that's what how do we get there? How do we establish leaders in our space that will, that we help them, we encourage them, we enable them, we grow them, within our space? How do we do that together so that, because there's no way that just even the group of people in this room, we can't do it all. There's no way. So each of the people in this room needs to bring more people around them. So this is the ecosystem growing over time. And so what are the steps that we can start to take? And I think that's what we can get to now, is what do these next steps look like, Tam? So we've been kind of saying that all day today, right, guys? Like, what's the next steps? So for you and for IO, for the ecosystem map, what are our next steps? What are we looking at?
Okay, well, for the culture component, I strongly suggest setting up a collaboration group. So in IO, we have collaboration circles, is what I call them. So somebody needs to do it, and it not me, of course. I can join because I have a lot of insight on culture, but somebody needs to set it up inside of Intersect, a working group. I think it'll be, honestly, guys and gals, one of the most fun but also important. And I think one of the most subscribed to. I mean, you guys are technical, so you got like you're an elite group, right? Like not many people subscribe to like the technical committee because it's hard. I mean, you don't want me to subscribe to that group, but like I think the culture one because it's a human thing. We're all humans, so all the humanists,
Humanists, yes.
humanists will get together because we're not robots. We're not getting replaced anytime soon. We're just getting extended by AI. I think it'll be one of the most popular groups that will have to. I think it'll immediately like evolve into subgroups as well. So yeah, and another thing, like just because I see the time, another thing I do encourage people to look at is the paper on the internet governance for the internet. So Don, again, his team wrote a paper. It's called "The Remarkable Internet Governance." Definitely have a read of it. It's really cool because it's again, guys, it's like this has been done. Every time I say this, Charles kind of gets mad because he's like, well, the internet is broken in these ways. And Vince Cerf, he came and said, yeah, I know it's not perfect. I'm just saying, like, if you look at the internet, they were able to also figure out this ecosystem type thing. And it was the United States, right? ARPANET, like that gave this over to a group. And like, if you look at the different groups, I'm thinking ecosystem mapping here. It started with the Internet Society, and then they had the IETF underneath it and so forth. I just want to take this time to make sure that people do read that paper because it's super instructive of these types of things. But what got me thinking about it is I don't know that they have any. I bet the Internet Society has some sort of culture code for the internet, and it's just like standard things you should do or not do, kind of similar to our tenants. But I don't think they have like a culture group or anything. And I think AI, if we do this right, can kind of follow suit and maybe establish these. And they probably have their own culture groups as well.
Yeah,
in AI.
I would imagine. I mean, there's
ethics groups
for sure. And, and it is interesting to see. And I think that's was especially interesting when the internet was coming up, there weren't other games in town. That's what's different now. We are in this era where many different technologies are capturing the human attention in many different ways, and so we in a way have to compete for that attention on what we're doing and on the areas that we're working on. Are the areas that we're working on important enough for people to participate in? And I think that many of the steps that you're doing right now are leading us in that direction. So, if we can come together with a final call to action for the community
Yeah,
here,
sure.
what are we?
Okay. Well, number one, set up the culture group.
Yes,
I think
like
we've heard
that
that one.
Yes.
Going to keep repeating it because this is really important. The ecosystem working group, just give as much support to the DReps as possible right now. So I know that there's a DRep collective that anybody wants to join and help build these interfaces as well. Anybody that's interested in building these types of collaboration systems, just join, I guess, the DRep collective or not. Maybe I don't know the permissions there, but like.
There's an open group on X, so anyone can join.
Okay.
It's an open group on
An
X.
open
Anyone
group
can
on
join.
X. I really think that the ecosystem working group overall, because everything has to commit to chain, right? Like that's cool that the DReps would be doing that which is one component, as we said, but there still needs to be a dedicated working group inside of Intersect that just like owns this whole thing. I'm happy to participate. I'm building BOSS for IO. So our business operating system, I am doing an advanced business operating system, and I'm going to be building a ecosystem operating system, sort of, but it's more like a business operating system with Agalos in the group. So I just think that work in Cardano should just keep going in that working group. So that's number two. And then number three is just, I would really be focusing on the budgets right now, understanding. Has it been released yet? It's not, right?
Right. So, I can throw that out there real quick. That's what the expectation right now is that because the Plowman hard fork is official, the 29th we will turn over into fully in the Conway era. So on the 30th, they're going to release the Constitution ratification action, and then we're going to give that about 3 days or so, and then we're going to release the net change limit info action. While that net change limit info action is out, so will the text of the 5 budgets that are being proposed. So it's kind of all will be running simultaneously. So you'll have the Constitution ratification, you'll have the net change limit info action you can vote on, and you'll have the budget that you can review, the budgets plural that you can review to see if there's any concerns, questions, whatever. And obviously, we'll be very public during that time frame, making ourselves very, very available. Hopefully, the whole budget committee does, so that we're all out there in public getting as much feedback as we can, because we have time until it goes on chain. We can make changes that need to be made. So that's the time frame that if there are any last minute changes that need to be made, that just things that can't be accepted or however it goes, we'll do that. We'll pivot through that, and then once that change limit is approved, then the budgets go on chain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so I'd pay attention to all of that. I'd make sure that you're, especially DReps, of course, right? I'd be paying attention to that. And even if you're not a DRep, it's your mandate to be informed, right? Because you're the one who's deciding who you're delegating to. So that in and of itself takes a bit of analysis. So I'd be paying attention to that. Like, think budgets are sexy. I don't know. Like, like the water, try to convince yourself that budgets are sexy.
Right.
I don't know. But like, everybody should know how to do budgets. It will help you. The more you understand how these budgets work, it'll help you run your own companies, actually. So I'd be like very interested in the budget process and watching that. And then on the ecosystem side, Catalyst hopefully will get funded as well. I'm sure they're going to have some ecosystem rounds later on for different types of funding for different types of ecosystem projects. So that, but definitely you could start the culture group now. I think that would be my 3 very large call to actions. Those are very big.
I think those are great. And Tamara Hassan, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you.
On that note, guys, I believe they're going to be bringing lunch in for everybody. So feel free to, you can. Oh, so yes, that's right. If you guys want lunch, you're all going to have to come down here and get a group photo. So come on down. Let's go, everybody.
Check, check, check. Everybody, I'd like please to say that the food is ready for your consumption. Please eat.
just giving a 10-minute notice. You got 10 more minutes for the food. The dessert will hang out here, but you got 10 more minutes to get any other food you want, and then they'll clear it out.
Test, test, test. Test.
All right, let's come back into the room. Let's gather together again, my friends. It's going to be time to get back from lunch, and we're going to get moving on to our next most important topic here. A couple minutes. Jack can come right here. He's going to have his laptop. So. Perfect.
Lloyd, I know if I did it here. We can stop that class.
Okay.
Here.
I'm going to look at the.
Here you go, Jack.
I'm going to try to move the PowerPoint from here. Is it moving? Okay, it's back on the front screen now? Okay, fantastic. All right, Jack. This way, we'll move your screens forward. This way, we'll move your screens back.
Perfect.
Okay, beautiful. Unfortunately, you'll just have to glance up to see if you're on the right slide.
Okay, that's good.
Is what it is.
No, it's all good.
All right.
Thank you.
Wait, sorry, did ask you for a minute.
Yeah, also I think
Yeah, just
Jenny as well.
yeah, don't chill for a minute. Yeah, get everybody back. But other than that,
Yes, exactly. So this is
Yep.
And then three.
Yeah. All right.
There's Cash here. Yes, welcome. Right. You're the only person that rated a standing ovation in the room,
that's
so
pretty
you know. So welcome, yeah. We got a couple people waiting to come back in, and we're gonna get started again, Jeff.
Yeah.
All right, there he is. All right.
All right, we'll start. Jenny's going to come. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Jack. Most of you know me-ish. I'm an ecosystem director here at Intersect. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about what's coming up. So not quite, a bit more tactical and what people should be expecting to happen in the next sort of, from now actually until maybe June-ish time. Okay, I'm going to press this to see what happens. There we go. Okay, yeah. So what's coming in Q1? This will also go out into Q2 a little bit. Okay, so there we go. Match my slides. So we have three big things that we are going to be deciding very shortly, and this is nothing new. I think we spoke about this before briefly. Hey, James. First thing we're going to be doing is ratifying the Constitution, the delegate-approved Constitution, and we're going to be starting doing that next week. It's going on chain next week, so it's pretty exciting. I mean, we just ratified the Plowman hard fork. That's going to be enacted on Jan 29th as we cross the epoch boundary, and then literally moments later, it might be a day or two later, we are going to be submitting the update to the Constitution on mainnet. And then that will run for approximately 6 epochs, depending on whether or not the thresholds are met before that point. And that's really the first time that DReps are going to be voting in this new world. It's quite exciting. It's one of the huge decisions that we're going to be taking, the first one as well, which is cool. Somewhat in parallel, we're also going to be looking at the net change limit, which essentially is setting the withdrawal limit for how much we can tap into the treasury next year or in a given period. And that will essentially, it's an info action, and it's going to determine whether or not a budget action or budget actions, info actions related to the budget, are constitutional or not. And really, it's about deciding how much we want to utilize for future growth and development. And then third, related to the net change limit, of course, is the budget. So what do we want to fund as ecosystem priorities in 2025 and beyond? So this is all stuff that we're going to be talking about. Oh, I've gone too far. This is all stuff we're going to be talking about in now until April. So it's pretty big stuff. It's not easy, and we've not done this before. I think there's a recollection of that point that this is all new for Cardano first. So it's super exciting, also a little bit anxiety inducing, but we'll get there. All right. So let's just quickly talk about the delegate-approved Constitution. I think there's a few of you in the room here that were at the convention. I can see a lot of people there, yeah. So actually, hands up. Yeah, hands up. Who was at the convention? Nairobi or Buenos Aires? I was in Nairobi. Okay, cool. Yeah, good. So, sorry, the text is a little bit small there. This is not news to you then, as a whole, really. Point is, it's been a large consultation period, 6 months or so, of the draft text being taken through 63 workshops, 1,400 participants overall, and we've come up with this delegate-approved Constitution in Buenos Aires and Nairobi. 95% of delegates approved it, as we all know and remember. It was cool. It was a really cool event. I mean, just from an event perspective, it was pretty phenomenal, all things aside. And what's really important is some of the next steps and the future work streams meme is a real thing. Ken is here actually from the committee that is elected at the convention to work on those work streams, and Cash as well. So I won't go into the detail there because Ken might want to touch on that as well. But essentially, we are going to work on the Cardano papers, which is sort of a nod on the Federalist Papers from the US Constitution build out. And I think that's super exciting, actually. And I'd love to see, I can't wait to see what Ken's talking about a bit later. Okay, so we're doing that. As I said, it's going on mainnet next week. And it's the first thing the DReps are doing. So it's pretty exciting. And hopefully we can get that approved, and we will be replacing the interim constitution. So the interim constitution is live now, and it's all good. It's been working really well. The guardrails are pretty solid, and they maintain the security and stability of the network within those safe ranges. The guardrails are pretty much staying the same. I'm pretty much sure the guardrails are the same, but the interim constitution itself is changing with the delegate approved one, if DReps want it to. Okay, so that's next week. Then, when is this working? Oh, there we go. Okay, net change limit time. So this is where we start to get into the business end, and I say the business end because it's where we still haven't got agreements. We still haven't got a place where the community are really comfortable with what's being proposed, because I haven't proposed anything actually, which is going to happen the next sort of couple of weeks, in parallel to the constitution, as I said. So let's talk about this a little bit. Let me just see if I can get this across. Here we go. So just what is the budget process? As a bit of a backstory, stepping back. Really, it's been about getting as many members involved in shaping what the ecosystem priorities should be for 2025. And not just members, actually, just everybody in the community. What should we be funding in 2025 and beyond? Lloyd's been doing a stellar job getting this process from actually starting it off and then getting it to where it is today. So thank you, Lloyd, for everything you've been doing. And it's obviously part of the budget committee with other members. And then there's just been a lot of people involved. And really, the objective is, as I've written here, is presenting a budget for the Cardano community to review and approve and addressing the ecosystem priorities, ultimately accelerating the development and advancement of Cardano. That's what we want to do. And deployment upgrade has been a remarkable feat on first try with 2 hot fixes over Christmas. Incredible, really. And I didn't think there was part of me that was worried about it was going to get done or not. But we did it. And obviously that's much more of a technical thing, and it was largely understood because SPOs have been upgrading for many years. So it's not necessarily new, apart from SPOs having to now vote, which was the new thing. But we did it. We got it done, and the ICC were mobilized very quickly within 1 epoch and did everything. So it was really phenomenal effort. And now we want to maintain that momentum because we're at the cusp of Cardano being something that is just phenomenal for the industry, for just the global systems we see today. And it's one of the things that has always united us as Cardano people, is that narrative that we don't like the legacy systems that we have today. We don't. They need to be revitalized, or as Tam said, updating the system. Okay, so let's move to the next bit, which is just a bit on the consultation period. So we did publish this about a few days ago. So you can log into our blog post and see the latest news on how the consultation period has been going for the budget. So it started in October. Lloyd did a presentation in Dubai with Lawrence, bringing together sort of the early ideas around how we're going to formulate this process. 5 buckets emerged, which I think is a really cool way of identifying what those priorities are in a nice way, so it's clearer. We've had 15 open community calls, but more than that actually now. This is slightly outdated. With members and non-members, really important that Intersect isn't seen as this gatekeeper or this singular institution that does this stuff, because ultimately we're a permissionless system. Intersect can play a role and is playing a role, but it is a role. I think that's really important to stress. On top of those open community calls, we've had DRep participation, and there's 700 odd DReps now. 150 of those DReps have 1 million ADA or more delegated to them. And so there's a thriving community of delegations happening with DReps. We need to do more on it though, because we've only got about 5 billion delegated currently. A large chunk of that is to auto abstain, just to be really clear and transparent on that. So we need to do more. We want to get that to really 10 billion, I think, is the target we want to hit. It does represent 25% of staked supply, which I think is a nice, I mean, I look at it as staked supply as one of the metrics, because I think that really demonstrates active participation in the network. You could look at circulating supply and then you could look at total supply, but I think staked supply is the right check mark on where we are with the health of DReps. But anyway, there's more to go there, and that's a side point. We also ran a survey, which was super interesting for me as well, that we picked up quantitative and qualitative stuff, as mentioned that in the Fireside chat earlier. We had 200 plus people come back on the survey giving their feedback. A lot of it was fairly common to us, and I'll go through that in a bit. It picked out core priorities and focus areas that we want to work on, and then also how we need to structure these asks to the community. How are DReps going to be deciding this stuff? And we had a lot of feedback, and Lloyd will attest to this through the open calls, about what we should be doing and what we shouldn't be doing. And it's really informed the place we are today. And yeah, last point here, and I said this just a minute ago, but it is one route to the Treasury funding. That's quite clear from the Constitution, that multiple budgets can be proposed from multiple different organizations and individuals as well. There is no gatekeeping here. I think that's super, super important. Okay, so feedback on priorities. This is cool. So the first 2 priorities, number 1 and 2, were core infrastructure and research and development. So I think that was just really nice to see. I think people want to invest in the core infrastructure. We want to advance what our infrastructure is. And the key things that came out really, Ouroboros Laos, naturally, it's not necessarily new. Bitcoin interoperability, and that was also linked to a little bit to the Bitcoin OS theme or phase we were going through as an ecosystem. I think we've probably gone up another level from Bitcoin OS into just general Bitcoin interoperability. But nevertheless, that's a key thing. Research and development, as I said, is something that is number 1 and 2. So we've got strong proposals for those actually through the technical steering committee. I'll get to that in a second. The next on the list, marketing and ecosystem growth. We had a lot of opinions about what we should be marketing Cardano as or not marketing Cardano as, where we should be marketing, different audiences, different regions, really, really nuanced. Everyone has an opinion on this. And I think it's really difficult actually to come up with a sort of unified view. But I know that the Rare team are going to be talking a little bit about that as well from the event side. And just on that point, actually, with the Rare team, we've been working really hard on bringing together the key institutions of Cardano to form a new marketing committee. So we've had a marketing working group running for about 8 months. They've done a really great job in forming the foundations of a strategy for marketing Cardano in 2025. But now we've got the CF, Emergo, IO, and Rare, and the marketing group to come together and form a marketing committee, which is just awesome. So finally, we've got everyone in a room working on this committee from across the core institutions on Cardano. So it's awesome. I'm really excited about this. The next thing, innovation and grants, moderate support. I think there's lots of really good feedback from the community on what we should be funding from an incubation perspective. Catalyst is a good example, and we'll be voting on Catalyst funding and what should Catalyst have next year. So that's a good one, this year, sorry. And then regulatory compliance and governance. This is more linked to governance tooling, supporting on-chain governance. What kind of tools do we need for DReps? And we heard a bit about that earlier as well. So those are the sort of 5 priorities, and they are ranked. So yeah, as I said, 1 to 5, and that is the order of what people really felt like we should be funding this year from the Treasury. All right. So the key takeaways in terms of the process and then the operization of the budget. So one of the big pieces of feedback we heard is that we don't want to do one large budget. The community don't want to vote on a 200 million sticker budget in its entirety in one go. And I think that I resonate with that quite strongly too. And so we are going to be proposing multiple smaller budgets. So DReps will be voting on core infrastructure. They'll be voting on research, be voting on Catalyst, we'll be voting on marketing, and 5 or 6 buckets, depending on how we break it up, but roughly the 5 funding tracks or buckets. And each funding track, as I said, will have its own info action, and Treasury withdrawals will follow those info actions if approved. For again, a second vote on that particular Treasury withdrawal for that particular bucket. So what we could be looking at is 10 votes actually from DReps on the budget priorities. So that does put. I mean, there's worth being cognizant of. That's quite a lot of effort for DReps. 10 votes to do, 10 things to look at instead of one large thing to look at. But ultimately, I think this is the first time we're doing this. I think we owe it to the ecosystem to do it 10 times. Get it right, or work to get it right. Next year it's 5 times. Maybe the year after that it's 2. Or maybe next year we look at CapEx type investments that are taking 2 or 3 years development, and then more OpEx related budgets that are 1 year. So we can look at this. Obviously, it's really important that we maintain adherence to the Constitution. So that's a really key thing. But ultimately, the point is that there's going to be multiple opportunities for DReps to say, I like this or I don't like this, and they can have that independent vote. There's no guns to the head, and there's no major ultimatums that people have to sort of take here. So I think that's really positive. The other thing here, net change limit. So the proposal for the net change limit will be, I think I can say this, Lloyd, 350 million ADA. Now, this number is picked out because it is the projected income for the Treasury in 2025. If we did nothing today, the Treasury would grow by 350 million ADA. If we spend 200 million ADA of a budget out of that net change limit of 350, the Treasury at the end of this year will be bigger than it is today. So it's pretty cool. I mean, when we look at it like that, when you paint it in the bigger picture, we're actually still protecting, no matter what, we're still protecting the core of the Treasury value that we see today. And ultimately, if we could spend 200 million and still have more money in the Treasury at the end of the year, that's pretty cool. I was about to swear. I won't because we're on live stream. But it's pretty fucking cool. I'm excited. I'm really excited about that, and I think it's an easy thing to get your head around that we're still protecting that 1.6 billion in the Treasury, regardless of what we do, with a net change limit at 350. It's cool, but I'm open to different feedback and ideas on this too. The other big bit of feedback we had, and this is back to the permissionless system, we must leave ample headroom for other budgets to come through on chain. Intersect cannot and should never soak up the entirety of the net change limit. It's not in the Cardano ethos. And it's also something that I don't want Intersect to do either. I mean, frankly, as an employee. So that's really nice bit of feedback, and it is something that we're doing. The other really cool thing that also came out of the Constitution Convention is the use of smart contracts, helping obviously for on-chain variability, but mainly for the use of checks and balances. I think there's a big nervousness, and this is why I said at the beginning, the anxiety-inducing thing about what we're doing now, all these decisions. We want to use smart contracts wherever beneficial because it's going to help us have better auditability, but also checks and balances with how we're withdrawing from the treasury and also how those funds get distributed. I'll touch on the tendering process for this because I think that's the next bit. Cool, we want 200 million for funding priorities, but how is that 200 million then getting into the hands of projects and the builders on Cardano and of Cardano next year, well, this year and into next? So we also want to, there's other little things that came up in the convention, which is really interesting. If we don't spend 200 million and we've got money left over, or the value of ADA goes up and we've been accounted for different rates, what do we do with surplus ADA? Does it go back to the treasury? Is it being used for a different budget potentially with as long with consent from DReps? So there's lots of different ideas here, and I think we're still not quite there yet with an idea of how that can work. But ultimately, that is that's a future problem. It's a future dilemma. Not that far away, but it is a future dilemma. And then, as I said, we must make sure that everything that we're doing here aligns to the Constitution. It's really critically important, of course, to do that. All right, those are the key takeaways from the consultation period that we ran for about 3 odd months just gone. I would add, though, that when we proposed the net change limit with the overall budget, that helps provide the context. So when the net change limit is proposed, there'll be an overall budget that you'll see as one doc that will show the 200 million odd ADA. I think Lloyd's, correct me. Okay. Thank you. So roughly 200 million, just for context setting. And then, as I said earlier, the actual voting on those budgets will happen independently per funding track. Okay, let's carry on. All right, so talking about our tendering process. So just as a step back, I mean, some of you did get funding from Intersect this 2024, and we ran a tendering process there. It was an RFP thing. We had open grants. There was a list of grants on the website. You would apply. It would come to me and my team. We would look at it with neutrality and impartiality. And that's one of the reasons why Intersect is here, to be a counterparty and have those SLA management and risk management on contracts, making sure they're delivered, they're to value, they're to spec, they're on time, but also being open to members. Any member can apply for funding at Intersect, and that's really, really important. There are obviously only a handful, we've got to be really honest about this, there are a handful of companies that have the capability to be a core infrastructure dev, right? And we know that's the truth. So when you do a capability assessment, there are only a handful of companies that are going to do that. We did that in 2024. There was about 12 continuity partners, we called them. And essentially, those were the guys that carried on the work for delivering Chang and Plomin, people like Twig, Gawa, Well Typed, IOG, of course, the CF, a bunch of different organizations that formed part of that work in 2024. We want to expand that because with 200 million, and we're going to be hopefully investing that if approved, then how do we revamp our tendering process so that A, still matches our principles of being open, fair, transparent, neutral, and impartial from a decision-making perspective. So it's not committees deciding who gets funding. Committees are deciding what should be funding or proposing what should be funded. In terms of who does the work, that's up to me and the team here to have a really clear decision matrix and framework for why we've decided this vendor over vendor B is a better one. And then our framework is then vetted by committees as well. So it's all of that neutral, transparent process there. We also want to build a couple of tools, because we're going to have this scaled up. We distributed, I think, 3.5 million ADA in 2024 as part of our grants program. We are obviously going to not 10x that, but 6x that, something like that. Yeah. So it's a significant scaling of that. So we do need to have some better tooling at Intersect. So we're developing a tendering process in the members area. So you log in. Well, anyone can see the work that you can do on Cardano. So imagine that you just come to Intersect or anywhere. It doesn't have to necessarily be Intersect. Anywhere that's an approved budget, and you can see all of the items that are needing to be done, and you can apply as a member to do so. And as long as you hit the qualifying criteria, you're in the chute for getting funded to do that work. The other thing we really want to do as part of this tendering process is something that it's been a bugbear of mine for a while, which is really incentivizing participation at Intersect. We've had thousands of volunteers, lots of hours being spent doing, for nothing, to be frank. There's been very limited reward apart from the odd occasional bit of recognition. It's not enough. It's not good enough. And I do feel like we can't rely on goodwill. We'll lose people. It's not necessarily saying that you're going to be able to make a lot of money, but it's recognizing that efforts count and we should be rewarding people's time. So we want to build bounties in here, bounties from a repo management perspective, definitely. So we want to have bounties on core Cardano nodes problems. If we get bugs, we should be able to incentivize finding those bugs. Mike Hornan did a really good job over Christmas. All right, let's do it. So that's core infrastructure bounties. What about marketing bounties? What about someone to do a use case on, I say this all the time, but a use case on BMW because they've got a connection at BMW in Germany and they want to do a use case on Cardano? We need to produce that material. But I don't know how to produce that material for BMW. I'm not an automotive expert. So we need to be able to distribute that out and get someone to fund and do it, right? It's not huge amounts of money either. It's just recognizing the time and effort. So we want to work on that. We're building those two tools via the members area in Q1. And that's how there's a process happening right now. We need it to support the budget process. And ultimately, whilst Intersect is the professional team have to maintain that sort of neutrality and impartiality, committees always have the check-ins on, is the work happening the way we want it to happen? Are we, as Intersect staff, managing our own processes properly and fairly and transparently? Are we doing what we say we're doing, essentially? And we're going to have those regular feedback loops with committees to make sure we're being held to account. And I always like being held to account. So, yeah, it's good. Okay, so that's our tendering process. Lots to come there. And yeah, essentially there'll be PRDs, RFPs, and in the UK, we have a public directory of work you can do for the national government. And if you click on that, there's like 100,000 different contracts for national government in the UK. And anyone can apply for those contracts. Ultimately, in the UK, similar to the US, probably, there are a handful of companies that get that work all the time, like the big four management consultants. It's probably not that dissimilar to the US. We don't want to do it like that at Cardano. We don't need to do it. There are plenty of capable firms out there that are much, we can go to the hundreds and thousands of firms working on Cardano this year and next. All right. How much time? I don't know what the time is, but that's fine. Okay, so a little bit more to look forward to on top of all of this. So that was mainly sort of Cardano specific related stuff. This is a bit more internal. We are going to be publishing our financial report in February of last year. So we're aiming to do our sort of for every annual reporting for Intersect's internal operations about 2 or 3 months following the close of the year. So we want to be really quick with getting that out to say this is how much Intersect cost to run and this is where funding went. We also are going to be preparing for elections in April for committees. So we elected 50% of the committees in October, as some of you remember. We'll be doing the other 50% in April. The marketing committee will also fall into that new election cycle too, which is super exciting. And we'll then by April, we'll have 100% of our committees elected members, chosen by members in that one member, one vote dynamic. So which I also think is a nice little counterbalance to our state-based system, which means that anybody at Intersect, anybody in Cardano can actually really have their voice heard because it's one member, one vote. It doesn't matter how much data you've got. As I said, improving members onboarding is part of the tendering process, but really it's about, and Jenny's banged on to this about me a lot. It's when you join Intersect, where do you go? What do you do next? And it's not great. So we need to fix it. We need to make it better. We also need to have better onboarding with people with one-on-one calls. Like, okay, you do this, right? Let me connect you to this working group over here, this channel on Discord over here. This is where you can go and do X, Y, and Z. And we need a bit more of that hand-holding, but we also need to scale it. So we need some tooling. We'll be looking at how we can do that through AI as well. And there's lots of different options we can do there. We are also launching a project incubation program for open source projects on Cardano, which is also really cool. It's quite a similar model that you see with Apache or other open source foundations, where they will fund and support projects that are open source and they would like some member-based sort of structure around maintenance of repos and that kind of thing. We've got a white paper on this as part of the open source committee out already, so you can look at that online today. On top of that, we want to do an accreditation program, and this is a little bit back to, it's a small reference to the bounties for core infrastructure. As I mentioned before, there's about 20 or so firms that are really capable of working on core infrastructure. it's been a really great. There's a fantastic report from Bitergia that shows the evolution of development commits to our code bases. From 2023, IOG represented 80% of commits on core Cardano node. In 2024, it's 55%. And that's just really super positive. Can we get that? And it's not actually about IOG doing this, let's be frank. It's about everyone doing more. And that's what's really, really cool. So, but we need 100 firms, we need 1,000 firms. How do we do that? And we can use an accreditation program to help find and level up devs so they can work on core infrastructure. And that's something super exciting. And I'd like to get into more details with, particularly on, there's people in the room here that I could talk to about this too. Part of the budget, the larger Cardano budget bit, we want to have quarterly reviews on where that is, transparency with wallets and all of the stuff, where all the money's being held, and just really clear accountability on this. That'll be quarterly. Then we are proposing a plan to elect the new constitutional committee in the summer. So the interim constitutional committee expires September the 1st. So we need to elect a new one. Now, we don't need an organization to do this. Luckily for our system, it's completely decentralized and doesn't require an institution or organizing to do it. However, that said, there is some self-organizing to do. The way the system works, and Sam can probably better describe this for me. But ultimately, if we want to change the committee, which we need to in the summer, we need to submit the 7 members, current 7 members. It could be more, it could be less. But the current plan, we have 7 members of the committee. They all have to be submitted at once to go on chain and change the. Okay, Sam can correct me then. But one of the points here though is that we ideally want to find our shortlist of committee candidates that have been voted on by the community, and we do one action that updates the committee, ideally. And then we're not flooding the system with too many committee updates, and there's risk as well with doing committee updates. So we're proposing a process. We're working on that with the ICC, the Cardano Civics Committee, but also outside of Intersect, really important. It's a non-members get involved with the CC elections. We did that with the ICC elections. We'll do the same. And if the community approve, we're likely to do an info action on this. So does the community approve this election process first? And that'll be detailed. If it's a yes, then we'll crack on and get that done with some on-chain tooling that we'll build separately or work with partners to do. And then we'll submit that action probably in June or July to allow for onboarding for the new committee so that they come into effect in September the 1st. Something to that. We can work on that, Sam, together. Then we're going to be in Tokyo in April for the Teams event. It's a really cool blockchain AI event. We went last year. We've obviously got a huge audience, Cardano audience in Japan, but that's where things really kicked off for Cardano way back. And so we will be back there to engage with the Cardano community and our Intersect hub there too. And then this is a bit more TBD and it is a bit more funding dependent related to the budget. But having things like this and doing what we're doing today, 50 times over, 100 times over, every 2 weeks in a different place, be fucking, sorry, would be awesome. Because, yeah. Because you know what, like this, I say this a lot, but on X, you can't have the nuanced conversations. You can't get a point across without it being either an attack, some level of engagement farming, or someone just misunderstanding what's been said. And it's not, doesn't do ourselves any services if we keep having those conversations in that environment. The best solution in the interim is having X spaces, but even they rug. So how do we get it? How do we move forward here? So we'll be doing in-person workshops, a lot more like this, sort of more intimate workshops, and that doesn't have to be a huge 1,000 thing either. Okay, I think that is me today. Sorry, okay. Lloyd. I've probably overrun.
Thank you, Jack.
Thanks.
Jack Briggs, everybody. All right, we did run a little bit over, but that's okay. We'll work it in here. We were a little ahead of schedule before. Now we're going to bring up Logan. So we went from a little ahead of schedule to a little behind schedule. It's okay. We'll make it work today. We're all friends here, right? All right, Logan. All right, thank you, Logan Panchett, everybody.
How we feeling out there in the audience? How we doing? Doing good? Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, while they work on getting the slides up, I think really what I wanted to start this talk with was a question Lloyd posed earlier when he was chatting is, why do you choose to be here? And it's funny because like I discovered blockchain in college, and the reason it caught my imagination was because I saw it as like, wait, this is just a superior record keeping system. It's not controlled by the governments. It's not controlled by Google. It's not controlled by Facebook. It's a tamper-proof ledger that anyone can interact on. And on top of that, when you interact on it, you're owning your own assets. You have self-custody. And I think that that's just kind of two concepts that really caught my imagination and attention as I, came into the blockchain world. And I never really lost the blockchain bug after that class. My past, I was a soccer player, played pro for a bit, and then I stopped 6 months in because I wanted to work full time in blockchain. And then as I looked at different smart contract platforms, I discovered Cardano. And it's my conviction that this is a good place to be because the most important information in the world will live on a decentralized blockchain. It's not going to live on a meme coin casino. It's not going to live on somewhere where you have to pay $100 for transaction fees. It's going to live on a tamper-proof record-keeping system that has 3,000 nodes around the world that all work together to make sure that this record-keeping system doesn't fail, and you can always trust it. So that's my story here. I need another story, maybe. So yeah, the public policy class that I kind of got into it in was in, I guess it was 2020. I think it was actually during is when we were on campus and COVID was like scary, and it was like we were getting tubes in our noses to get tested like every 4 days so we could play soccer. They're making us wear masks during training. It's crazy. We were outside. But yeah, so it was like 2020. And yeah, ever since then, just trying to kind of finding our way in the space and trying to build useful tools for people to actually, build communities on chain and have interactions and have transparency within their communities. Any other questions? We can do Q&A now. Honestly, football. It makes more logical sense. No, home of soccer, dude. We got 2026 World Cup coming up. Let's go. The World Cup? The World Cup? It is all over. Miami has hosting some games, New York, all the cities. Well, it's actually on North America, so there's some in Canada, some in Mexico. Most of the games are in the States, though. Get your tickets now. There's a long wait list. What did you say? Yeah, it's like a North America World Cup. Yeah, Mexico City's hosting a few games. Yeah. Yeah, I think like Mexico actually plays their games in Mexico. US will play theirs and use it US. A Google slide deck. I don't know if it's causing trouble over there. That's a great question. I like it depends on I like Vesper. I'll give Vesper a shout out. I like the mobile experience. I like how Tokyo has Bitcoin and ADA on it. So yeah, my degen self when I gamble, when I play golf, I send it from my Tokyo wallet. We like to bet in Bitcoin. Well, Satoshis maybe. Guys, what's going on over there? Yeah, so this presentation, really, I'm going to talk about what we are, well, really two products that we've worked on building the last 4 years. And one of them's kind of new. One of them you guys probably already know, but just kind of chatting through why we built them, the problems we believe they solve, and different kind of ways we're trying to grow them as well. Now we are talking. Let's go. Yeah, we're good to go. Okay. So hi guys. Introduce myself. My name's Logan. I am the founder and CEO of a company called Clear Contracts, which is a DAO and blockchain governance consultancy. We work with Cardano projects and also a lot of other different companies, whether it's a sports organization or, YouTube community. It doesn't have to necessarily be Web3, but we kind of do everything to onboard people into Web3. So maybe you're just getting started and you want to do like gated content behind an NFT collection, or you want to figure out, okay, how do I actually implement governance into my community? Or, hey, I want to have a rewards program or an incentive program. We handle all those different types of things when it comes to creating a community. So the last 4 years, one of our, what's the word for it? Our main objectives and our main projects has been Clarity. So this might be the project that most people in this room are familiar with. This is a community management and DAO infrastructure platform on Cardano. So the story behind Clarity is, as we looked into different products to build in the Cardano ecosystem, we saw that governance tooling was very much lacking. There's all these other tools on Ethereum and Sol to manage communities, to manage DAOs, but on Cardano there really wasn't anything. So we're like, okay, let's build that. So really, the story I like to tell of why I'm so excited about Clarity is to start with what a DAO is. And you can think of it something similar as an LLC. So in 1977, Wyoming invented the LLC. Yeah, hell yeah. What an organizational structure. I mean, come on. That shit is just logic. So you got about 20 years after, 80% of states followed Wyoming and said, okay, LLCs are legal here. And then you have over 21 million LLCs that exist now. Fast forward to, this says, I think this one's 2021. Yep, 2021. Wyoming invented the LLD. So they started looking at DAO legislation. And you're seeing, as we speak, there's all these different states that are looking at this new organizational structure. They're trying to figure it out. They're trying to understand, how do we regulate it? How do we make it easily adoptable in our state? So the special thing about DAOs is, like an LLC, or a corporation, they're a structured way to organize. But instead of being meant for a board and employees, they're meant for core contributors and then the community around the mission that are all kind of contributing towards the same goal. So really, the problem that... Oh, I forgot about this slide. So here is just an illustration of DAOs are growing. Okay, so they're governing over $30 billion now. There's more than, probably like 15,000 of them to 20,000 now. So this new idea of this new way to govern people is quickly growing. And, a lot of these DAOs are probably just like passion projects, but other ones, they're maybe a whole ecosystem that's governing billions of dollars. I think Cardano is an example of this. With the Plowman hard fork going live, you see an actual, probably one of the biggest DAOs in the world getting launched. So yeah, the problem that we see is that there's all these different groups and there's all these different entities that need to engage and activate the community or the people, the stakeholders around their organization. And that was difficult to do effectively at scale. So you can do that with 10 people, right? And you can, have a Zoom call, raise your hands. But if you're talking about a DAO, their real advantage is that they can scale rapidly. They can go to 10 people to 1 million people in 2 days, and the governance rules are still the same. You can still carry out your governance. So that's one of the key advantages. So really, with Clarity, what we wanted to do is make a super easy way to create a DAO, to manage the DAO, to participate in the DAO. So that's what we did. So just as a kind of a note to what we've done so far is we work with some of the biggest projects in Cardano. We have a TVL of over $4 million. There's 194 organizations on there. There's over 1,000 unique people that have casted votes on the platform. So it's slowly growing as a platform and a product. Can you click that little YouTube link? Don't need audio. It actually doesn't have audio. Yep, cool. Yes. So this is going to be a live just kind of voiceover to show everyone what the Clarity product actually does. So here you go. You're on the platform here, and what you can see is a lot of DAOs, a lot of communities, and really how you start is you create an organization. So what you're able to do is put your name in, your description, your logo, your links, and then you click create. Now, once you create it, you get met with a lot of different functionality that you can implement into your community. So the first thing I'll go through is governance. And how it works with your governance is you start with governance tokens, and you can have any, multiple assets, NFTs, fungible tokens. You can even have liquidity provider tokens, or even an off-chain DAO token that's just like XP points that your community can use as governance tokens. And then where you go from there is you can create vote power calculations. So it's not you can just have one vote power calculation. You can do a subset of your community if you want to do just one NFT subset. You can do one member, one vote. You can combine all the assets to make one. Then you can also adjust kind of how decentralized your organization is. Do you want it to be only admins creating proposals? Do you want it to be members of your DAO? And then once you set all that up, you get met with all the different types of governance actions that you can create. So governance is much more than just polls. You need to have discussions, so you can create a forum. You can do an open poll, which is a great way to crowdsource ideas. And then as you create these, they pop up on your community's feed, and people can come in. They can participate in a forum. They can up and down vote things. And yeah, that's what it looks like to participate in governance. Now, the next thing we help with is community membership. So when you start a community, you don't just want anyone to be in it. So you can actually say, hey, you need to hold this asset, or you need to verify your email. We're excited for things like DID integrations to have these. So you have to hold a certain DID and maybe be an accredited investor to be part of a DAO. And then here you're seeing a leaderboard of all the different people in a DAO. And you can see the points they've gotten, the diamonds they've gotten. So this gets into the way that we kind of gamify participation in organizations. So here, what you see is a content creation board. So community members can come in here, and if they create a thread about Clarity on X, they can get points for it. If they put this in their bio, they can get points for it. And as they stack up these points, they can come to the rewards page, and they're able to redeem it for different things, whether it's an NFT or a trip to a conference or more tokens. And as a community, you can customize your off-chain DAO tokens, make them look like whatever you want, call them whatever you want. And we also have this other board, which we call a raid board. So there's a prize associated with the raid board. It's a time-boxed competition for your community. Community members come in here. They can complete different tasks every day that pop in, and then they start leveling up on the leaderboard. And after, the rewards get distributed to all the different participants that participated in the raid. Now, what it's going to is showing you the DAO metrics dashboard. So here you can see a bunch of different metrics about different DAOs on Clarity. And you're considered a DAO on Clarity if you do this thing that the video will show you next. You have to launch your smart contracts in your treasury. And this is what it looks like. So instead of having to hire someone to code these smart contracts for you, you can just click a button. You choose your governance token, and then you say how much of this token needs to vote yes to a proposal in order for it to automatically execute. How much of this token do you need to hold to create a proposal? How much of this token do you need to hold to vote on a proposal? And you're filling out this form, but really what you're doing is you're creating a custom instance of a library of DAO smart contracts. So here you click submit, you sign a bunch of transactions to put your scripts on chain, and then you are met with the ability to have a autonomous treasury and automatically executing proposals, which I will show you what that looks like. That will pretty much complete the demo. So yeah, here's our treasury. You can see all the different assets in it. Now on the governance page, not only can you create those kind of off-chain snapshotty governance actions that are great for, temperature checks, but you can see here that we have initialized our smart contract governor. You can see how long the periods are, the different thresholds for different governance thresholds, and then you can create these smart contract proposals to spend treasury funds, to update governance parameters, or you can just have an on-chain vote. And if they meet the thresholds, your proposal will automatically execute. So yeah, that's an overview of the Clarity platform. And next, I'm going to quickly talk through a new product that we are releasing. That's a little outside of the DAO scope, but I believe that it is a very useful thing for bringing governance on chain in the real world. So excited to talk about that. We can just go back to the slides now and should be good to go. Awesome. Thanks, guys. So this one is a blockchain governance app. And what it is for secure, transparent, and permanent voting records. So the reason that we built this is because as we talk to different, we do a lot of discovery. We throw a lot of spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks. And the truth is, companies spend a ton of money trying to stay compliant because they don't know where to track down records, or they don't. So how about, what if you put everything on the blockchain? Not everything, but all the decisions you made and how you did it, you can put it on the blockchain. So companies have risk of lost or tampered records, regulatory and compliance concerns and costs, high administrative burden. You have lack of transparency and diminished trust when you don't have a good governance process. So really the impact is all these companies spend all this time and all these resources, and they have a lack of transparency to their stakeholders because their governance process isn't great. So how do you fix that? You have a blockchain governance app. A lot of the delegates will be familiar with this app because it is what we used at the Cardano Constitutional Convention, and that was the first version of this idea that we're trying to productize here. So users log in, you have proposals, you get to cast your votes, then you send those votes to the blockchain. It's as simple as that. And the key value proposition is that it restores transparency and trust, and it's really easy to use. So the key features of this app, first and foremost, is you have secure voting. So you use cryptography to make sure that the right people are voting, and that when they vote, their vote is stored properly and put on chain. Then you have a custom web interface. So all these different companies, they all have different requirements for their governance setup. Some people will have a board of 5 people. Other people will have, 2 people that have different permissions than the rest of the board. So it's really important to have kind of the ability to customize each app for each client. You have decision tracking and logging because it's on the blockchain, right? So whether you even if we went out of business, right, the votes would still be there because they're on the Cardano blockchain. And then you also have an immutable record. You have audit and compliance readiness because it's always there for you to grab and you know exactly where it is. And you have a transparent way for not only the people casting votes, but the other people on the fringes of the organization to know exactly how decisions were made. And I think this is a question that should be asked more, and it's not, is does that need to be on chain? Oftentimes people are trying to put things on chain that really no one cares if it's on chain. Like putting reward points on chain, like a lot of things. A lot of times you build stuff and you're like, wait, that doesn't even need to be on chain. And it's also a lot harder to build a product around it if it's on chain. So in terms of this, we see this as a product that's putting relevant information on chain because it is helping companies just be more compliant, have an easier way to be transparent to their stakeholders. So we're really excited about, actually leveraging the blockchain for the right reasons with this. This is the Intersect case study. So as you guys know, we used the first iteration of this tool for the vote at the Constitutional Convention. And really, we had a tight timeline to get this done. We got it done. It went well. But yeah, all 63 delegates spanning, 2 different continents and from 50 different countries were able to understand the app and use it. So we're really excited about that being kind of a first case study to bring this to market with other types of industries and votes that deserve to be on chain. And then to wrap up, where do we see this product going? The first one is executive board and stakeholder. I think that's kind of the one I alluded to most as I talked through it today. Local, state, and governments, you have senates, you have the need to have an understanding and record of what was voted, what was the outcome. And you need to, it is actual competitive advantage to have this on blockchain, or at least that's our belief with this product. Nonprofit organizations, you have academic institutions, and for me, it's really any entity using taxpayer dollars. They need to be transparent. Okay, this is the decisions we're making with this money. And yeah, so there's a ton of use cases that could potentially use this one. So we'll keep trying to figure out the best ones and climb different verticals. And yeah, that's all I had today. Happy to answer any questions. And yeah, the last thing is, and we'll talk about it more, we are DRep. We're kind of new to the DRep game, but we're excited to get into that arena. And I think I'll talk about it more in a few seconds. So yeah.
All right, Logan Panchet, everybody. Yeah, you have a couple of minutes. If anybody has any questions, we're actually almost back on time, and you are actually ahead of your window still, even with that delay. So if there's any questions, we can give about 5 minutes for questions from the room. Anybody have any questions for Logan on Clarity DAO? Sam.
Around these contracts that are used with it and individual retail.
So Summon uses it as well. It's called Agora. It's audited and open source. It's kind of the first DAO framework that's been built on Cardano, and yeah, it's open source. Anyone can build on top of it. And then as a business, all the other, outside of all the on-chain stuff, you see like the incentive system, you see like the snapshot governance actions. We're turning those into a kind of an SDK, so people will just be able to tap the APIs and build the functionality into their own apps too. How old do you think I am?
Oh, how old are you?
Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. I'm 26.
26?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you. I appreciate it, guys.
Questions for Logan? Happy to bring a mic around. All right. Well,
you guys don't want any hot
takes? One. All right. We've got Ian. Ian's got a question for you.
Now that here in North America, in the turning of a new kind of era, and with the political climate changing, and now states are probably going to be starting to adopt this. Like as you mentioned, even Wyoming kind of always leading the way with these new legal systems. I would imagine if that graph keeps going, there's going to be a lot of states that are going to be looking at the products that you've been building and that you're looking at. Is there anything you could share or things that on your radar where you're looking to implement or people are looking for that?
Yeah, absolutely. A few things, and thanks for the mention on Twitter for this one. I don't know if this is what you're getting at, but so you see states everywhere looking at DAOs, and it's not just DAOs, it's crypto in general. They're looking at DIDs, they're looking at DAOs, they're looking at different things. So for example, the state of New Hampshire put out an RFP to build a DAO registry. So really anyone in the industry can come in, put in a proposal and see if they can, build the registry that anyone who makes a DAO in New Hampshire will have it live there. So I think that's a cool opportunity. We just talked with someone from that lobbies in the Florida state government as well. His entity has gotten 6 different blockchain initiatives into the Senate and passed. But they're really interested in doing a DAO proposal as well. He says they're really close for Florida to also build a digital asset stockpile. So, you see these big headlines with the federal government. It's all happening at state level too, especially on the DAO side. I think state by state, I think in the next decade, if there's a state that doesn't have DAO legislation, I'd be pretty surprised.
Your son?
Why Romans 12:12?
It just hits me deep in my soul. I think that's the biggest reason why. I mean, to comment on that is like, one thing is having complete faith, one in a higher power, but also in yourself, knowing you're powered by the higher power. But the other thing that I really love in that verse is persistence, because look, you're going to fail. And like, I can't tell you, there's been countless times where I'm looking at my computer during the day throughout the last 4 years, and I'm like, what am I doing? Like, is this even going to work? Like, how will like DAOs even be adopted? Like, is like the end goal is like to have, public goods on chain and have like a fair and transparent world. Is that a pipe dream? But that's why Romans 12:12. I think you have to keep going, and you have to have faith. And if you do that, luck will come your way eventually.
All right.
I was just wondering around, obviously, as you scale and go to 2 products, how are you finding it organizationally and making the switch between being singularly focused on the DAO side of things and now going into the governance records for organizations or that second product?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's kind of like a similar thing, but a different version. So we kind of have a good type of system with clarity of like, okay, these are the target customers. Here's a list of them. Let's slowly build relationships with them. Let's reach out to them. And then it's kind of like restarting that process over for a new product. At least that's how I think about it in my head. So it's like, okay, I said it could work with corporate boards. I said it could work with governments. Okay, so let's start with those 2 first. Let's build a list of, 20 people in each of those, and then reach out to them, see who responds. And you can kind of keep gauging from there. So in terms of how it works operationally, it's kind of just like, doing the same process for a different product.
Logan, Quasar, it's good to see you. Could we do something through your dashboard, through Clarity, through the bounties and the raids to help increase the amount of DReps and delegated reps, ADA delegated to DReps over the next 5 days before we have to vote on the budget?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things you could do. I mean, it's a super flexible system. I mean, you can give people credit for anything. So if you want to give them credit for delegating to a DRep, you can do that. If you want to give them credit for, watching a DRep debate, so they actually might get inspired to delegate to one of those people, you can do that. But in general, on the DRep side, I think that one thing as a community we need to really push is in-wallet delegation. Like, just it has to be, hey, you're missing out on staking rewards. Let's put up with that. Let's make sure that people also delegate easy. They can click 2 buttons and delegate. And I'm not talking really to auto abstain. I would like for people to do that, but do more than that, I should say. But yeah, to answer your question, yeah, it's definitely possible. And you can kind of make your own system on it too. So.
Looks like we have a call in the audience for a bounty fund. Logan Panchett, everybody. Thank you so much, Logan. All right. All right. So next up, thank you, Logan. Appreciate you, man. Fantastic product there. Fantastic tools with Clarity and this new tool. This is amazing. It's an amazing time we're living in. So next up, I'm calling up a gentleman who I met a few months back at gosh, what was the Chicago workshop? It was the Chicago workshop, and we were all hanging out in a room having a couple too many drinks and chatting way too much philosophy for the middle of the night. But it was a ton of fun, and then I watched him get elected as one of the delegates, show up, and now he's the vice chair of the delegate group that is creating the definitions to go along with our Constitution. So at this time, I'd love to call Ken Ladd. You got it. Get your slide in.
All right. Where were people pointing this, Lloyd? All right. How's everyone doing? Excellent. I'm still thinking through Logan's presentation, honestly. And I think the process that you're going to see that we've been using as the delegate committee, we had to throw this together sort of at the last minute and do this over the past month. And now my brain is going, man, this is something we could have used. Does anybody else? Cash? Yeah. So a lot of smart people in this community, and this cross-pollination of ideas. It's fantastic. So, all right. So I'm here on behalf of the committee. These are the folks who are elected, listed down at the bottom here. We're going to start by going back in time to the 63 different workshops. So the output from each one of those was twofold. It was 2 elected folks that were going to go to the convention in Argentina, and it was a list of all of the feedback that came as a result of each of those workshops. So as soon as folks were elected, they were put into these workshops where we were synchronously and from across the globe, trying to work on these key questions leading up into the convention. So these changes to the Constitution. That led to 2 in-person ones. One was in Kenya, and one was in Costa Rica. And then we found ourselves in Argentina. All right. So day 0 of the convention, we had yet one more of these workshops. This one all being together, except, of course, we were separated due to visa issues. So we still had two separate locations. There was an interesting idea that came from the Cardano Foundation in the draft that they released on the 21st of November. It included definitions, which were not in the copy that we had been working through. So this is something we discussed as a group, and it seemed like there was a good amount of folks who wanted to integrate something like definitions into the product we were working on. So this started off 27 definitions in the CF version, and I do have QR codes through the first couple slides here if anybody wants to nerd out and reference the specific documents. All right, so day 1. Day 1, day 2. There we go. So day 1, a lot of work went into editing and adding to a number of different sections of the Constitution, specifically the budgeting aspect. The definitions overnight, those 27 in the CF draft, were worked on by a number of folks and whittled down to 21. And those definitions were adapted to be suitable for the Constitution we were working on. So these were added in Appendix 2. The idea here being that they would be part of the Constitution, authoritative and binding. During this workshop, the day 0 workshop that I was talking about on the previous slide, I'll just share my perspective. Initially, I was thinking that we should have authoritative definitions. They should be binding, or we shouldn't do them at all. And the reason being, if you, so say Adam and I enter into a written contract, I'm going to purchase a vehicle from him. And then after the fact, there's this definition list that comes up related to the binding contract. And Adam's like, this Ken guy, I kind of want to take advantage of him. And so I'm going to redefine car as a Hot Wheels car. That's obviously not a good look. And it's not something we want as a vulnerability in our Constitution. So that was my initial thought. They're either binding and in the Constitution or we don't do them at all. Day one, we ended up spending a bunch of time on the definitions themselves. And that's difficult because we have 2 days to get through the body of this Constitution. So how do we prioritize working on the body of the Constitution versus working on the definition specifically? And then I guess before I go to the next slide, so that night, for those of you who were there, this was a 24/7 operation. So folks were sitting around at the table well past midnight trying to figure out, hey, how are we going to take the information from today and feed this back into tomorrow and get the best possible product that we can out of this. So that next morning, so day 2, based on everything we just talked about, the proposal that came up was to take the definitions, take them out of Appendix 2, where they were authoritative, and oh, nice, I got the bottom cut off there, to take these and kick them off to a new committee that would be formed by the delegates, who would be tasked with putting together this list of definitions over the ensuing weeks, and then place it as a hashed and referenced piece of the new Constitution governance action that was forthcoming. The other reason behind this was to ensure we didn't rush definitions in to the Constitution, where maybe we didn't catch something, and then all of a sudden we're stuck with these definitions and they require that same high level of consensus in order to amend. All right, so in order to get around the potential vulnerability there, the idea is that these definitions are supposed to represent a snapshot of intent, of original intent in time, at the time of the convention. And so these will be included in the new Constitution governance action, with the intent of being this original intent, but not something that is revised. Now, that being said, nothing prevents the community from adding onto these definitions or revising them, and also nothing prevents the community from getting a list of definitions together that's superior, or even this list, and going through the constitutional amendment process to actually have authoritative definitions as part of the Constitution. All right, so this is what Appendix 2 ended up looking like. You don't have to read through that right now. All right, so this delegate committee, so the challenge before us was the earliest possible date that the hard fork could occur in the new Constitution governance action to be put on chain was the 30th of December. So right off the bat, we started planning for getting this list of definitions refined so that we could put out a product that met everybody's intent. Voting delegates, traveling alternates were part of that, as well as a number of advisors, many people who are sitting here in this room who've helped contribute to this process. So what I'm going to do is just lay out the process we've been using. All right, so we started with an intake survey from the 14th to the 22nd. We took those original 21 definitions from the December 3rd version, and we asked people, if you wanted to revise this, what is your revised version? What's your context and rationale for it? Then we also asked if anybody else wanted to add a new term to define. So that gave us a bunch of great data. So we took that, put that into a second survey or refinement survey. So then everybody had the opportunity to go through and pick out which revisions were closest to their intent. So this helped us whittle this down, as well as this question, should this term be defined at all? All right, so on the 8th, we did the first synthesis workshop, and we started off with a 30-minute survey at the beginning where we whittled down Gotcha. Oh, oh. Okay, perfect. So we took the folks that were part of this, gave them the option of picking a starting point definition for each of these terms. So based off that data, we had a starting definition, and then it was up to folks to go through and use all the data we had aggregated, all the different context and rationale to propose specific revisions to definitions. So those are the synthesis workshops that have been going on. And as you can tell, this is a ton of work. And it's just been wild to see this group from all over the world who are not getting paid, have normal jobs, have normal responsibilities, and the holidays, right? You saw this happen right over Christmas, New Year's, all that. So it's humbling to be a part of this and see all the hard work that's gone into it. You'll see that right now, Monday is the 27th, I believe. So we have that workshop. Then we have a subject matter expert review where we've got different legal and technical folks. And Sam has volunteered to help with this, so appreciate his help. And this will lead up to the 29th where we do a final workshop and take that list, and that'll be included in the new Constitution governance action. All right, and for these most recent synthesis workshops, we started using poll.is. So this enables us to gather feedback on the definitions, figure out if there's consensus, and bring up specific concerns for the subject matter experts to look at. So this has been an interesting tool to leverage for that. There we go. So here's one example. This isn't the final definition, but it just illustrates the information that comes out through the process. So the original definition of ADA means a cryptocurrency which is native to the Cardano blockchain. Somebody says, hey, by the way, we have other native tokens that are native to the Cardano blockchain. We don't want to confuse this. So how do we create a definition that distinguishes? So the text is right there on the bottom. This is one way to distinguish those two. Perfect. And you heard earlier this idea of whether it's the Cardano papers, Founders papers, Voltaire papers, the name's still up in the air. But the idea is to have the writings of anybody who contributed to this process and wants to document the context, the rationale, the background, and create this corpus of work so that going forward, whether it's the Constitutional Committee, whether it's the community, or whether it's, I guess, especially future community members, it provides a resource for them to go back in time and read all of the thought and the intention and work that went into drafting this Constitution. And so that should be a great resource going forward. And then additional future work streams, a few were covered in the prior presentation. Honestly, we're hard charging for definitions right now, so I have nothing prepared to tell you all about that. But we have some exciting stuff coming up in 2025. And with that, are there any questions I can answer? Awesome. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you, Ken. If you've got any questions for Ken right now, we can take them. Yeah, that's exciting stuff. That's right. All right. Well, maybe your presentation was so good they just didn't leave them with any questions, Ken. Congratulations. All right. So we've got Yeah. So what I'd like to do, we've got one more presentation and before the DRep debate, and we will need to do a little changes on the settings here at the stage for the DRep debate. So what I'd like to do is if Rare is ready to come up, we can actually do their presentation now, and following their presentation, we'll take about a 15-minute break. We got to call it a crunch break because we got crunchy snacks in the corner for everybody. So, but yeah, we'll have the Rare team up next, and then we will move to crunch break while we set the stage for the DRep debate. All right, Ran and Wes.
Chairs.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Nice
This is
to see
amazing.
everybody.
So yeah, thank you to Lloyd and the GM Cardano team, as well as Megan, Culla, Awen, and all of the Intersect members for having us here. We're really excited today to chat about the new committee that Jack mentioned, working on the title, but Marketing and Growth Committee is very attractive at this point, and I think it signifies what we plan to do. So we're here to show our deck that helped inspire the formation of this committee. To give context of where we're at, right now we're working on a charter document, goals and KPIs, and kind of refining the budget based on new information. So some of this is very flexible and to be determined, but I think we have a really great, solid understanding of the foundation that we can build to spin this up, get community founding entities and Intersect involved to form it over the years and put on some amazing events and marketing campaigns to grow the Cardano ecosystem. Here we have the newest member of Rare, little Miles McHenry. This is Rand's son and wife, Dee Dee. But we also have two of our team members, Claire and Evan. And so we'll get into the presentation here. Rand and myself are the co-founders of Rare Network, and I'll let Rand explain what Rare Network is.
Yeah, and I think to kind of explain this a little bit, we've gone through about 13 or 14 different versions of this as we talk to the community. Intersect members, community members, project founders, people from all over the world. A few of you in this room, we've had one-on-one meetings with about this presentation, and it is being iterated on, as Wes kind of spoke about with Intersect as we go forward. So Rare Network, we're an events and media and marketing team within the ecosystem. Many of you know us probably from Rare Evo, the big convention, as well as our Rare socials that we host all over the world at different conventions around. And we are very passionate about live events and marketing, and that's what led us to get involved here with Intersect and governance in the community and leading the path towards what we believe will be a great way to help market and tackle events and marketing for the community.
Yeah, and just company background, Rand and I realized we were probably the only guys in our town who were interested in blockchain. We reached out to each other. We landed on Cardano as the blockchain that we were most passionate about after understanding proof of stake, launched a stake pool, and we're like, how do we market this thing? It broke. We went to Bitcoin Miami 2021, where IOG had an amazing meetup with Charles speaking. And the next day at the conference, the first people we sat down next to was Bear Pool, now Epoch Pool. And sure enough, we got our stake pool repaired, realized the value of, in-person events and going to conferences and how that can just accelerate your progress as a project in the ecosystem. And that was the light bulb moment of Rare Evo, which has grown to have around 200 customers, very much multi-chain, but Cardano originated. We see ourselves as a Cardano Trojan horse into the blockchain industry. And we've really grown to be one of the largest US multi-chain industry conferences out there. Rare Evo itself has grown to over $1.5 million production budget, 2,200 attendees, 3xing year over year. We expect to bring 4,000, and it is as full on of a conference as it can be. We're really excited to announce we're going to have a hackathon this year and adding 2 extra days to focus on getting devs, onboarded to Cardano. in addition to the conference itself, Evan here primarily managed the Fund 12 Catalyst Working Group. So we project managed all of this funding and work in collaboration with the Catalyst team to distribute funds across the globe to improve Catalyst. And we ended it with an amazing Barcelona launch where we had well over 100 people. So that was amazing for the Fund 12 launch.
Some of you are actually in the room. I see Juan over there. So yeah, reaching a lot of the community throughout the year. One of the workshops was right here. Yes, Lloyd actually hosted one of those workshops. Yes, absolutely.
So we learned a lot, and we also realized the power of distributing this work, community, and we executed, I think, brilliantly in a time crunch, and everyone who was a part of that made that happen.
All the stress was on Evan over there.
Okay, so what is the mission of this Marketing and Growth Committee, formerly Marketing and Events Committee? It's to enhance and grow Cardano's global presence by strategic marketing and event production through community-driven campaigns, working under the guidance of the Intersect Community and Members Committee. Now this is being spun up into its own committee. So this has evolved. What is the committee? Well, the committee it's a community-led committee within Intersect. This is our estimations over a 1.5-year time period and 45 large events with additional marketing budgets. So we can scale this back, we can scale this up, but this is a general idea of what we can get done in a
and to note on that, we do have a little more clarity as we go towards the budget that this will actually get whittled down to about 6 months, around an $8 million budget as we move forward. So really happy for that.
It's an event strategy, production, marketing, and project management organization. One of its main goals is to drive business to the Intersect MBO and provide incentive for people to register and extract value and actually see the value in their membership fees that they're paying, opening the door for them to get further involved as Intersect MBO members and help on who knows what, right?
We're a little biased. We think marketing and live events are a great way to provide value to members.
Yeah. And a grant program. So not only will the committee be producing events, contracting people out to do events, but also community and especially Intersect MBO members will have buckets of budget to be able to host events similar to that Fund 12 working group model. And then it's a decision-making body. So how do we continue to grow this committee, scale as we grow as an ecosystem, govern, and make sure there's proper accountability and brand integrity to maintain here. Something that the founding entities have done very well over the years and that the community very much needs to align with, plug in, and grow. Okay, so here is where we could see this committee right now, which is being very simple at the moment, getting us ready for elections and expanding into a model or structure that may look something of this nature. And so it's various departments within the marketing committee, essentially the marketing department of the Cardano ecosystem. And we consist of program managers, program directors, regional project managers, specialty community leads, admins, and general community members or existing and new Intersect MBO members that would like to get involved. And of course, this may change, but this kind of goes to show who is needed and what needs to happen and how can this structure be efficient and effective.
I think an important thing to note here, like Jack noted earlier, is bringing all three of the founding entities together on this council and aligning throughout the year of all the different events we all want to touch and keeping, as Wes said, brand integrity throughout all of that as all these different events are getting hosted.
Yeah, making sure we don't clash and making sure we fill in the gaps where founding entities haven't been and adding gas to where they have been to create a bigger impact. So the idea would be that there's program directors. These are community organizations, perhaps ourselves, AWA and Cattle Daddy Media. All these will go to elections, of course, but program directors that really spearhead the marketing committee and maintain both the business development as well as a portion of the production and project management. Program managers would also be sitting members of the committee who vote and are acting as more consultants, as well as tackling larger scale projects in partnership with the program directors. Regional project managers, very much aligned with Intersect community hubs who are already getting budgets to host meetups like so, will be aligned with regional project managers. So this will be merit-based. Those that have worked hard, burned their energy, and had great success with hosting events, spinning up marketing campaigns, can now bring their skill set to a committee where they actually not only automatically get budget to produce events, but then manage the events and marketing campaigns that fall within their region. And so this is making sure that we have a very diverse group of people that we can basically perform at the pace needed to get those new smiling faces that Lloyd mentioned onboarded to the Cardano ecosystem and finally compete with these other multi-billion-dollar layer one blockchains, which is absolutely needed. And I think we've applied a lot of the lessons we've learned on the road to this approach and strategy in general. There'd be specialty community leads, think developer relations. If we're going to do hackathons, we need to talk to devs and they need to tell us best practices. Maybe there's for the culture, music, creatives, right, that need to come in and participate and be a consultant on a project. Admins to do all the busy work, and then community members to participate in the multiple working groups that will fall under the committee. So there's a couple slides that dive deeper into the roles and responsibilities, but I'm going to breeze through those.
Yeah, those will most likely get changed as we build the committee out. This was mainly our ideas as pitching, so that will come more information a little later.
And this probably is doubled at this point, but these are all the wonderful people that we received input from and who were down to put their face on the map and say that they would take part in this model and help contribute in one way or another, with Hosky being our Antarctica rep. So we can distribute this, and if you want to take a deeper dive, feel free and always come to us with questions. Wonderful. So not only is there event production, marketing campaign production, project management, but there's also how do we further develop the committee? And I think I've spoke on a number of these things, but perhaps how do we give people agency who want to become an events host or a marketer that may not have the accolades at this point and are aspiring to contribute? And how do they get their props to work their way up to get bigger budgets? There are some people in our community that have thrown $10,000, production budgets. There are some that have done 100,000. There are some that have done $1 million. And those are all noted and very much appreciated. But what about those that are just getting started? We need to create a path to where they can succeed and their potential gets embraced. All right. The money part,
meat and potatoes.
So right now, and keep in mind, this was for a year and a half, we'll scale back. It's just basically a number. But there's these various categories of events that we're going to take on. Conference takeovers. How do we start doing ecosystem booths, very similar to Polkadot, Ripple, Neo, where community projects can be basically displayed at a booth at a major conference? And so it's not only showing, the power of the founding entities, it's also showing here's who's actually building. And this practice has been taken on. I know Intersect did this at Consensus and showcased some projects, but we can really take it to the next level with this added funding and coordination. And this doesn't just apply to blockchain conferences.
But, well, like you were saying there, this also applies to different industry conferences. The example we use often is Book.io going to an IP conference, or a book publishers conference and bringing Cardano there, or Awin or others going to a music conference and bringing Cardano there outside of the blockchain industry, and pulling people with real use cases, real problems into Cardano is very important.
Yeah. So not only like the program managers and program directors, they'll be producing these and bringing on those that apply from the community to represent the ecosystem, but a portion of those will also be open to like Intersect MBO enterprise members that do have that skill set of production and may need less hand holding as compared to the teams that join the ecosystem booth. We have our Cardano summits in here. And with 2025 already here, we would love for the Cardano Foundation to continue that. This brings it into a committee where there's added accountability and community input. So decisions that are made, whether it's location, themes, how many a year are we having, etc. Focusing on developers and bringing technical minds as well as the business minds to Builderfest regionally. So having large budget Builderfest that complement the summit and are a little bit more technical and community driven, as opposed to that more enterprise elite summit feel. And then basically the events grant. So the community led events ranging from budgets of 15K to 50K. All of this is flexible, but giving the ability for Intersect MBO paying members, as well as open to the public. We need to give people a chance who may not be able to afford that or may want a taste of the incentives that Intersect MBO provides. But not only incentivizing Intersect membership, getting new people in the door, and having the ability to disperse that workload, because the committee itself is not capable of carrying out the amount of events that we need to do in order to compete with folks like Solana and the others.
I'd also say those community-led events are one of the ways that, to allow community members to get their chops up in live events production or marketing production. Some of those smaller budgets there will be easily attainable, and as you kind of grow through the system, you should then be able to get higher budgets, bigger projects as you grow. Yeah, exactly that. This is a prototype, and as Jack mentioned as well, trying to do 50 more of these if we can going forward.
And so this is just a breakdown of the work where it's like 50% of the events that you just saw will be, actually produced by people applying from the community. Whereas the remaining percent, you have 10 that's just completely open to the public, non-Intersect members, and then a solid chunk where regional project managers and those program directors and managers will actually produce, manage, and engage the community for those larger scale that is a ton of extra work and more money to manage. There's additional marketing budgets that are not tied into the project specific, like event project specific budgets. So this would be for added consultancy, marketing the committee itself, and bringing like influencers and other people. So we're not like digging into someone's event specific budget by flying a person out. Like if we want to fly someone out, it shouldn't take 10% of someone's budget. There should be added budget for the committee to work as far as how they project manage and get involved in these events. Then we're talking about general marketing, and we're thinking that there's 3 different buckets here: community grants, brand partnerships, and media partnerships. And this would be 3 million. Obviously, this number can be bigger or smaller. But community grants would similarly allow project teams and organizations to apply to do their own Cardano marketing campaign. Brand partnerships, you see advertised deals, things like getting us on perhaps a Brave browser, partnering with reputable
soccer team?
brands, things of that nature. And then media partnerships would be making sure that press releases are going out. Not only are the events being highlighted, but working with product teams on what launches need to be marketed, what successes need to be marketed, and working with the big names, CoinDesk, Forbes, etc., to make sure that we get that publishing. Administrative budget, this would be an idea of over a year and a half. How do you actually pay the folks who are running the committee, and how do they basically cover overhead, monthly expenses, and how do they further develop the committee itself? This is all very much theoretical, and I think going to be based on a lot of contracting work at the end of the day. So there will be various RFP application windows for you to come in and help administrate the committee and manage large-scale events. These are some examples of the responsibilities we can fulfill. I want to make sure we save some time for questions, but showing that there's all these different organizations such as ourselves, AWIN, Cattle Daddy Media, that all have their specialties, right? We do large-scale events and fun socials. AWIN had an amazing time in collaboration with Adam at the RNC and DNC and getting in with the regulators, right? Cattle Daddy Media has the lighthearted, fun for the culture, content that sells a different style of audience. And so making sure that we have that balance of these core contributors from the marketing side is key for success. And we'll give a quick view of just mapping this out over a calendar year. Clearly, there will be an application process for a grants program.
I need to lose some weight. This clicker here is not going through me.
Okay. And our projected timeline. So this is the pace that we need to keep in order to compete, right? You see, we've got our Cardano summits, so one a year. We have our community events that are consistently through the year that span across multiple regions. You have your major blockchain conferences that all the competitors are at and we need to go up against. And then you have your Builder Fest that are more so on that quarterly basis and an offering that's available and accessible on a global level, as we know with visa issues and budgets, right? Yeah. Thank you.
We did it.
One big thing, we got a party tonight. That's what we do best. We throw parties. It's simple. So Bay Street Yard, right, is the name, and we'll all be rolling there after this. So it starts at 5?
5:30.
5:30?
5:30.
Okay.
You literally can walk out of the door and across the street, and you're at Bay Street Yard. So it is right next door. It's going to be a ton of fun.
Indeed. Yeah.
Yes.
Come out and have some fun.
All right.
Questions.
Ran and Wes, thank you guys. All right, we got some questions up here, so we'll come around here. Logan's got a question.
Yeah, less of a question, more of just a thank you for putting so much thought and effort into that and bringing in your industry expertise. I think that's so needed in Cardano. And I'm looking forward to being a part of that, probably more from the periphery, but as a community member. And I like how you guys had it open so that anyone can come and ask for stuff and maybe, go into different places that you guys haven't even thought of yet. So no, I appreciate all the work on it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Logan.
Thank you, Logan.
Yeah, we had a great time bringing Justin, one half of Clarity, to Dubai for a rare social, and we're going to continue to do that more. So if you want to come party with Rare, let us know. If you see us going to a conference, and maybe you can tag along.
So first of all, I want to thank you guys for I know I've been following up on all the work that you have been doing to put this together. It's awesome. I've been part of a few debates that you guys have. I still have a question about the program directors, the 2BD that you guys have there. What do you have in mind for that?
So all of that is probably going to change as we dive into building a council. This was built with information from yourself and others that we had meetings with and iterations over months. And now we're getting much, as we actually bring this to reality in a council, we'll have much more direction from Intersect on council members, exactly what responsibilities and roles are within that council. So I would take that with a grain of salt, as it was a lot of information brought in from the community. But as we work with Intersect to bring this to reality in a council, we'll be able to put out a lot more info on the
Great.
different roles and responsibilities of members.
Yeah, I just see that it will be very decentralized to include the community on that program directors board. I think it will be.
It's important for us to include the community and the working group, and providing that way for community members to work their way up, because there are tons of passionate community members that want to get involved in live events and marketing, and to help them get certified or build their resume of those live events in a responsible way with our budget and working with Intersect is the goal. So the more people we can bring in, especially when it comes to regional representatives, we don't know every blockchain event in every region, and regional people coming in and saying, hey, this is the conference you should be at in Latin America, or this is the conference you should be at in Asia, or wherever it may be. That's so important to bring that information up the chain, even to the founding entities, so that IO, CF, and Emergo can have vision on what's going on throughout the year and where we should be.
Yeah, I can see that you guys been doing a lot of research and work on that. I still want to see like a council on that position for the community to be elected.
Yeah, these are all open. Those are all open positions, essentially. Like after we formed the committee, and really organizations that we've worked with personally in real life on actual things that we felt comfortable from a reputation side putting on there, that we've worked directly as businesses. But those are open to any organizations that specialize in media marketing and events production. Yeah.
And I have the last question, or the last point is, would you guys be able to update the map that you have there? Because it doesn't reflect the reality. Let's say in South America, the groups that are working really hard.
Yep. That's why I gave the disclaimer at the beginning that this was kind of our most ideal scenario of bringing it to a marketing working group where there was really not a lot of definition.
Got it.
And so this is an idea.
Okay.
Not a reality.
Super. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. And just to comment on that, like these positions will be voted on, as Jack said earlier, in April. So this isn't us just popping.
I'm going to say, okay.
Thanks, guys. Two questions. So first one, I didn't see so many, I'm going to call them crypto or Web3 aligned conferences there. So a lot of industry well-known ones. Is there any plans to branch out into a more business area? So South by Southwest, stuff like Money 2020?
100%. Absolutely. So internally at Rare Network, we're looking at gaming conferences. We're looking at things like Future Proof, where you're getting in front of the BlackRocks, the Fidelities, things like that. We're looking at all different industries, like commenting earlier, if Book.io wanted to go to an IP event or Alwyn to a music event or something like that. We do think that's very important and something that's often overlooked by a lot of these marketing groups, as they only go to blockchain events. And really, it's how do we bring blockchain to the real world, and inform them of what they could do with us.
Yeah, I mean, last year we went to Advertising Week. I mean, it had like the Shark Tank crew. Google had their Formula One cars out in their booth. And sure enough, there was a little corner that was the Web3 corner. And there's a Solana Pay booth where every exhibitor comes by and purchases a piece of swag, with Solana Pay. And it was like, wow, that is where we need to be. You had people from like Claire's boutique CMO, the former Playboy CMO, coming by and seeing that. You had like some of the biggest marketers in the world, marketing agencies of the world, Nike, NBA, Diageo, the biggest liquor brand in the world there. And so it's like, absolutely, we've targeted those and have them on our list.
And that kind of leads into my second question. I'll keep it short, but those are the names we want in the community, right? And it's kind of have you thought about, and this is more obviously your industry, when you put the numbers up, they kind of look big. but the return on value could be massive. Is there a way of guesstimating sort of a return on value for this marketing spend, saying, you know, we put 14 million in? I know it's just an estimated figure. We put that in, but bringing in these names, bringing in these community members could result in X amount of value into the community.
There's a few different KPIs we could look at, like wall throwing events, how many attendees contacts were captured, things like that, what type of deal flow came out of events, how many community members got onboarded or educated, things like that. We look at it as a way to return value to Intersect as well, getting Intersect enterprise members out there, doing those community booths. We often all hear, where are the people building on Cardano? And we'd like to do that with these booths at the bigger conferences. How do we get some of our best and brightest out there showing off what they're building, as we often see in the Solana booth or the Near booth or the XRP booth and things like that? So we find that really important and kind of providing value back. And then another metric is, we've already seen it with posting about this. We've seen people post, I just signed up for Intersect, with a photo of their paying for their registration. So I think things like that and driving that value back will be able to measure really easily. With live events, it is a long cycle of going to an event and understanding deals that close from that event. It does take a little bit of time. I can remember being at the first summit in Wyoming. Wes and I knew nobody there. And we're first getting introduced to everybody. And it took, you know, when we left that summit, we were like, what did we gain out of this? And it wasn't as clear until 6 months later. And you start to realize, these are all the people I've met. These are all the meetings happening from it. These are the projects you start to see popping up after the fact. So it is a little harder to measure, I'd say, than something direct like dev commits or something like that.
Yeah, so first, thank you. I'm on the tech side, so I usually try to stay away from all this marketing stuff and let you guys, the experts, figure this all out. However, I do see a big gap here that I think we're missing in the event structure. Mm-hmm. And you're talking about like 10K events like this. However, I think we get our most value from much smaller events than that. Something where you only need like $300 to $500 basically to do. So I would strongly encourage you adding a category in there for meetups, networking happy hours, encouraging high school and college clubs to start, like around Cardano and blockchain and things like that. And basically try to get a little bit more grassroots and try to bring people in that way. Because, I mean, the big events are great and it's good to have that name recognition, but you really get your most loyal followers basically through these small things that, like, oh, I learned about Cardano and when I was in college at Penn State type thing.
We completely agree with that. There should be a smaller category. We ourselves, as live events people, took the dedication in the new year to start a meetup in Cincinnati, Ohio, where we're at. We work with the local university, and we got reached out to within 2 weeks from a layer 1 blockchain. They booked a meeting with us and sponsored it up to $3,000 for us to just do a local meetup. And we definitely agree that there should be a lot more of that in our community and local meetups all around the world to kind of, you know, raise smaller community members into the larger events. Absolutely, 100% agree with that.
Yeah, and one thing that I left out is, like, you know, those budgets, those can be broken out to produce multiple events and things like that. But having something at that, like, you know, $1,000 limit or even just like pizza party budget for a school club is absolutely something we'll factor in, Sam. We got to get you to speak at University of Cincinnati too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had a couple of things to add. Not so much a question, actually, but I think I just wanted to recognize that, well, one is that this is marketing Cardano, right? And as the primary, it's about Cardano being represented at the big events, but it's also the local meetups. It's everything in between. There's a huge mix of things we should and can do, which is the beauty of the governance system that we've just welcomed into now. You know, next week we'll be live with that. And it's about expediting and scaling everything that we're doing. So this is what I'm most excited about. So it's Cardano first, and Intersect is at best a byproduct of this effort. I think for me that is what I'm really excited about, particularly when you're looking at treasury spending as well, right? The other thing I wanted to say is that I appreciate everything was indicative. So you know, and you put a ton of effort into, like, how would you operationalize this council so that it's effective? And I'm really with you on that side of things. But it's also recognizing the amount of contributions that have been across from CF and Emergo have had a proposal come through for the industry event. We've had marketing working group working effort with an equity out of the super. I believe people maybe we'll recognize everybody as we need to and should, but ultimately there is an incredible strategy for marketing Cardano in 2025 that I'm super excited about just like unlocking. You know, if we can get it approved, of course, then it's just, I mean, imagine the future. We're going to have 100 industry events, Cardano booths, not IO booths or Intersect booths, it's Cardano booths. You know, that's super cool.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we've seen it be incredibly effective and we're excited. I think everyone, whether it's joining a working group and just having a voice, applying for the grants, or sitting on the committee, pretty much every single Cardano project has a reason to get involved with this committee and benefit from it. So thanks again, everyone.
Brandon West, guys.
See you at the party.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. All right. So we are now at a crunch break. It's going to give us about 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes or so to set up the podiums and get everything ready for the DRep DBate. 23 minutes on the clock. So if you guys see the clock here, it tells you how much time you have on your crunch break. Enjoy, everybody. Right, we got a microphone test. We've got another microphone test. And we've got one more microphone test.
All right, everybody, we're about to start this next segment. If you could make your way to your seats. I'm talking to you, Quasar. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. We're about to start the DRep debate. No, not this time. The DRep wrestling match will happen next time. All right, everybody. Does everyone have a good time? Y'all having a good time? Oh man, we are now in our key moment in this whole day. I'm pleased to introduce this segment as the first of its kind, the first ever in-person DRep debate. That's right. And right away I'm gonna introduce you guys to our amazing moderators, and they'll take it from here. We got Dr. Adam Rush. I think everybody is familiar with him. Very, very involved in the Cardano ecosystem, as well as Jenny Brito. And I'll give it to them to kick it off.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming, and thank you guys for putting your name in the hat. My name is Jenny, and today I am thrilled to be co-moderating this debate with Dr. Adam Rush. And as a DRep pioneer and decentralized governance advocate, I will be helping alongside my friend right here to moderate and facilitate a conversation and a debate, a dialogue that's going to be not only engaging and dynamic, but also respectful as we dive into the insights of ideas that are going to shape the future of Cardano's ecosystem.
Well put. Respectful, just a good chance to talk through the issues. As mentioned, I'm Adam. Great to be here. I've been involved with the DRep Code of Conduct project, the DRep Pioneer Program, and the Constitution Drafting Committee, among other things. DReps are important because DReps will be the governance body that is closest to the people, and the governance body that is necessary to pass governance actions. So when we need to set new protocols, when we need to withdraw ADA from the Treasury to fund the ecosystem, the DReps need to be leading that effort and in the forefront. And the DReps, a DRep can be a person that is trusted to help, facilitate those decisions, or a DRep can be an organization like a company. A DRep could be a community that decides that they want to do this together and work together to do it as a community. So it's very exciting that we have the opportunity with Cardano that an individual can register as a DRep, or you could make a multi-sig with your friends and have a DRep that way. So we'll go ahead and jump into the format of the debate.
We're just going to lay out the ground rules so we're all on the same page. So the format's going to look like 2 30-minute segments of 3 DRep behind a podium, as you can see. Order and grouping, choosing randomly. So this has been randomly put together. So the first is going to be the opening statements. So each one of you will get 2 minutes for your opening remarks. The question rounds. We, the moderators, will pose questions alternating between candidates with 2 minutes to respond, each one of you. Rebuttals might be allowed for about 30 seconds. Topic rotation. Us, the moderators, will ensure that all key topics are covered. And then we're not going to have closing statements as we first thought, because we thought we're going to have closing statements, but we changed that to allow for an extra question. So each one of you will get the opportunity to get one question started. So with that, I'm going to pass it to you.
and some rules that you must follow if you would like to participate in the DRep debate. First, all debaters need to be respectful of the moderators and other participants. Second, please stay on topic. If you're asked a question, don't start shilling anything. Third, be concise and respectful of time limits. There will be a clock up there in front of you. We will set that clock to 2 minutes when each of you starts speaking on your segment. And at the end of 2 minutes, your mic may be cut if necessary. Don't make Lloyd do it. Next, refrain from interrupting others or speaking out of turn. Give everybody their chance. Next, provide evidence and support for your arguments. We want to have some reason to believe what you're proposing. And finally, listen actively and engage with your other participants. If you choose to make a rebuttal, make it pertinent to their point. Don't just shill something. Yeah, and that's about it. No shilling. All right. So with that, I'm very pleased to introduce our first 3 debaters. So we have up here on the stage the Clarity co-founder DRep, represented by Logan Panshot, an organizational DRep. We have Gerson Gomez, also a DRep. And we have Rand McHenry as a DRep. So with that, go ahead. Oh, and I'll have you now each give your opening remarks. And Logan, you may go first with your opening remarks.
Awesome. Hello, guys. So you guys met me earlier. So I actually, for a long time, I was like, I don't want to be a DRep. I don't want to deal with having to pay attention to governance actions and having the accountability of what comes with that. But as time went on, I realized, and me and Justin together, so this is a Clarity co-founder DRep. So essentially, me and Justin have to come to an agreement in order to cast a vote with this delegation. And what we realized is we're actually really well suited to become a DRep. We, are able to communicate and understand what's going on in Intersect. We talk to projects founders all the time, just when they're trying to figure out their governance and their token launches. And really what our DRep represents and the people that we want to give a voice are the entrepreneurs and businesses in Cardano. So we will base our decisions off what is best for entrepreneurs and people that rely on Cardano as a reliable and secure record-keeping system to operate their business on top of. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much, Logan. Gerson, you are next. So you may go ahead and give your opening remarks.
Okay. Well, I could say my main intention in to be here discussion with these 2 guys is to share with you the difficulty that we have with language, because I am from Brazil and I'm trying to connect myself with different opportunities to understand a little bit more Cardano environment to share with my colleagues or with my public in Brazil. In fact, I am 62 years old, Brazilian Army Colonel, retired. Nowadays, I am a journalist involved in political, geopolitical, external, international affairs. And I'm working in Brazil, even living here in Florida. I'm so connected with Brazilian issues. But like 5 or 6 years ago, I connect myself with Bitcoin as usual. And after Bitcoin, I had the opportunity to go directly to Cardano. And I was investor, so I decided to support some kind of a project, beautiful project. So after that, I decided to go to Intersect. So after that, I decided to participate in workshops. I went to Austin, Texas, also in Buenos Aires. But to try to collect information to share with Brazilian community. So I'm here and I'm so glad to receive this kind of information, have contact with a lot of people, intelligent people, and I do believe that I will share a lot of information from here to Brazilian community. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Garrison. And Rand, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Rand McHenry. I'm a co-founder of Rare Network. As you all know from the earlier presentation, we do live events and media. I'll refer back to kind of the human side of things, not less on the technical robot side of things. But our focus as a DRep, I think we started out much like Logan, actually. We didn't really get involved at first and really found our place because we connect to so many projects and community members and wanted to participate a lot further and kind of help bring that word to the forefront from what we hear from a lot of the community members. And we focus, much like they do, on the businesses and projects in the community and marketing and live events and how Cardano is marketed to the rest of the world.
Yeah. Excellent. Very good. Thank you.
All right, so let's begin. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. So let's start with our first. We'll start first with Gerson. So Cardano aspires to be a truly global blockchain, but geographic and linguistic barriers can hinder equal participation. So how can our governance system ensure that our non-English speaking ADA holders are represented effectively?
Well, I'm really thinking about this target for us because, for example, in Brazil, we have 200 million people speaking Portuguese, but we have a lot of difficulty to connect with English environment. But in the same time, we are experiencing a very, very fast development of technology with support this kind of communication, translation, communication. But I need to share with you to confess that I had a lot of difficulty to connect myself in Intersect, for example. I tried to work with this group, with marketing group. I try to contribute through my colleagues in constitutional groups, but it's very difficult to discuss in English or to share our opinion, our perspective in English. For example, it's very difficult for me to understand you because of your English accent. For me, it's almost impossible to understand. So I need to share with you the difficult. So it's very, very difficult to try this contribution from different cultures, from different perspectives. And I can assure you that in Brazil, for example, we have a lot of people more intelligent than me, and they have more money than me, they have more skills, ability than me, but they do not understand blockchain, and they do not understand Cardano environment, and they do not understand English. So it is difficult to attract these people. So for me, it is one of my main targets is try to do it.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. But if anybody else wants to touch on this, you have 30 seconds, right? No? Oh, so no rebuttal?
No.
Oh, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Happy to comment on
All
that.
right. Perfect.
Us from Rare Network, we see the values we spoke about earlier in creating events all over the world in all different regions and districts. And we think that's so important to get that mind share from the whole world as the internet covers everywhere. So doing things like throwing live events and bringing our brightest minds to your region to help educate people there is in the forefront of what we're trying to do. On top of that, we work with some folks in the LATAM community, some folks in the Asian community and Japanese community to help translate some of the things we're putting out there. And we think that's super important going forward, is kind of getting different translations out from all the different documents coming out in Intersect or wherever it may be. And we do think there is definitely a little bit of a barrier there for each of the different regions coming into the community. Thank you.
Yeah, my comment on it would be is like as you talk about the challenges that persists with integrating into kind of an English style or an English based ecosystem, I think of tools like AI where we can definitely leverage them. And I think it's really important for us to understand and figure out what are the documents that need to be translated, or is there any video that is really good that we can put, Portuguese subtitles on, things like that. So in general, I know we've worked with a company in South America, in Argentina, and they're doing a lot of work to onboard different communities to Cardano. But one of the biggest things is they were like, we need your app in Spanish. Like, they come to the app, so it's like, okay, let's add Spanish version of all of our apps. Let's add a Japanese version of all of our apps. So I think it's a consequence of wanting to be a global community. But it's also a blessing that we have all these tools coming out to figure out how we can, level the playing field. So speaking English as your first language isn't an automatic advantage.
Back to you, Gerson, for 30 seconds if you want to add something to this.
No, I do believe that English is the international language, of course. But if our proposal is to build a real global instrument, we need to think seriously about to find people in each part of these global areas, strategic people to connect and to translate and to share this kind of knowledge and information with very important people, strategic people over there. I think so. I do believe it.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to our next question now. So this one we'll start with Rand. So you'll go first, and then we'll go to Logan and Garrison, and then for each of you for 2 minutes, and then Rand will have 30 seconds to respond after that. So the question is, do you intend to vote on your delegator's preference or your own when governance actions comes up? And if there's something that you feel like you strongly need to vote in a certain way on a governance action, how would you educate your delegators about that?
That is an absolutely great question that should be asked to almost every delegate, whether they're a business or a person. We at Rare Network are making decisions based on our core internal, but we do take feedback from our community that's growing. Our event had over 2,000 folks at it this year, and all the different Rare socials where we meet and talk to folks like this is where we take in our feedback and make decisions from. We haven't decided, being newly appointed DReps, newly minting our DRep address, exactly how that information will get funneled up to our decision making, but posing this question is absolutely an amazing thing. It's definitely a thought process we need to go through and think about a lot more. So great question.
Go ahead, Logan.
Yeah. The plan is to always represent the delegation. So the people that are actually trusting you to have a good opinion. And in terms of how to communicate an opinion, I think what we'll do as a co-founder DRep, and you might see us do it already, is as governance actions come out, we will have AMAs, we will have live videos that go out on socials, and we also have committed for our DRep process to have a temperature check. So essentially, if you delegate up to us, you'll get voting power, and you'll be able to say, or we'll say, hey, here's our opinion on this governance action. What do you guys think about it? And you can vote how you want us to vote, and then you can kind of see a track record of do we vote with our delegation or do we not? So that's our plan for it. And hopefully there's not many situations where it's like, hey, our delegation wants to do this, but we feel strongly this way. But at the very least, you get a transparent rationale. That's our plan on it.
Well, in my case, in my personal case, I have a very interesting experience to share with you. I have 106,000 followers in X because my activity in media, in journalistic issues. So, for example, I wrote articles talking about Donald Trump and geopolitical issues with digital money. And I had 55,000 people reading my article just because I am talking about geopolitical issues, because the people, they know me talking about geopolitical issues. So I found a way to share this kind of new information with my followers. So nowadays they are very curious about, wow, why in Brazil they call me Coronel Gerson. Why Coronel Gerson is involved with blockchain? Or why Cardano? And nowadays I have, for example, when I had this idea to offer myself to be DRep, I was thinking about just for my ADAs, my personal ADAs. I was not talking about other people. But now I have 10 people delegating and 400,000 ADA. And I don't know where. I don't know who is following me. And probably it's because since probably 3 or 4 since then Argentina, because when I went to Argentina, I went as journalist and I went to cover this event, the historic event. So after that,
Running out of time.
Sorry?
Running out of time. Sorry.
Yeah. So this is the reason I think that there is opportunity to bring people to
Thank you.
People.
Okay. And Rand?
I think one rebuttal, and it's not really a rebuttal, but I think Logan put it really well, like using maybe some clarity tooling to temp check the community or delegates, and always trying to understand what our delegates want. Also, putting out as much information as possible. We're constantly putting out info on every social media platform, YouTube, everywhere, and reading all those comments that come back, talking to people in our Discord. And I think that's a great way to engage with your delegates and kind of get on the same page with them as you go to vote.
I know. They love it now. You're a trendsetter.
Thank you very much. And we're going to go with the last question for this group. And it's going to go to the Clarity co-founder represented by Logan. So the question is, accountability is key to any representative system. What steps should DReps take to ensure their decision-making process are fully transparent?
Yeah, I think the first step you have to do is to get information out. You need your delegates to understand, okay, this is a governance action. This is what I think about it. And then from there, you can find ways to solicit further feedback from the constituents that are trusting you with their vote. And I think another important part of it being transparent is, being a DRep, it is a responsibility. So what are those responsibilities? You actually have to understand what's being voted on. You have to understand the dynamics at play. You don't just have to understand what's going on at the surface level of the proposal, but also how it might affect things down the line. So really, I think a big part of being transparent is having good education. So you can talk to your constituents and people who delegate to you, and then just having ways that they can communicate with you, get in touch with you. I think kind of just as as you would wish your senator would be to your feedback, you can be that to your delegates.
Thank you so much. Oh, did I miss it? I know. Okay. So we're going to move to Rand, and then we're going to go to Gerson for your 2 minutes each, and then you go back to Logan.
Yeah, I think transparency is probably one of the top level things, and it's something that starts with getting information out and educating, but also happens over time and seeing a DRep actually execute on what they say they're going to do, looking at voting records and things like that. And we use every social media platform under the sun to try and reach our delegates and get them informed and bring back information as we go to vote. But I think it was really well touched on when it comes to just getting as much information out there and possibly coming up with a process of how that's done as a DRep, how you then interact with your delegates. I think that would be really nice to see somewhat of a process put out there that DReps might follow.
Kirsten?
Yeah, in fact, it is a difficult question in my case because I really don't know who is delegating for me, in fact. Well, I have a background. This guy is a young guy, but I told him if my decision would be delegate my alias for a year, it is a perfect idea for me because you represent everything I believe. You have a Christian base. You share your Roman 12 is be faithful in hope, patient in affliction, faithful in prayer. Oh, I do believe that you are in the right. But I have an opportunity to share with Portuguese people, and probably you don't have. So I am thinking about how can I have this kind of information for my direct or my delegators. So probably I will create a WhatsApp group or using X to talk directly with people. I'm thinking about to publish some kind of explanation about my votes. Probably a lot of people will be very curious. Vote. I explained in Brazil in 2 opportunities what means a constitution, what means a blockchain with this kind of governance. And I think that you are facing the same situation because a lot of people do not understand what is this kind of governance. So I really don't know how can I do it, but I'm looking for an opportunity to use the first question, education, and then the same time information.
Thank you so much, Kirsten. Let's get back to you, Lauren.
Yeah, I think the last thing I would comment on it is just, I think from right now, like this is the first DRep debate ever, right? And what we can do, and this was touched on earlier, is start to build a culture. I know like in a soccer team, culture takes time to build. But if you start with the right culture, it's a lot easier to keep it than to have the wrong culture when you start and change it later. So if we can build a culture where DReps are expected to be transparent. Being transparent is not that hard. You just have to put some content out there and you have to communicate why you voted which way. And in the middle of that, if you want to actually, temp check your constituents, then you can do that too. But I think it's important for us as an ecosystem to build that culture of, hey, I'm a DRep, I'm going to be transparent. Because at the end of the day, hey, if you're not transparent and people don't like it, they can just pull your delegation because, it's the first liquid democracy ever.
That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. So you guys have been so polite and efficient. We've determined we have 30 seconds each to give closing remarks because we have time. So let's start with Rand and come down the line for 30 seconds each closing remarks.
Closing remarks. Delegate to Rare Networks DRep address. Participate in governance and Intersect and the community. And we'll see you at a live event.
Yes, for me, I would suggest you to delegate to these guys. They are amazing guys. If you would like to invest in abroad or in Portuguese or Spanish, you can use myself. I'm here to serve you.
Yeah, and for me, just thank you. It's been a really fun day today, and I love this style of event. So hopefully we can have more of these. Yeah, participate in governance, and we're slowly building a really cool governance system and bring people along with you. Get people to download wallets, send them a little ADA as a gift, and see where it goes.
Thank you. Please give him an applause. Thank you so much. And with that, we're going to bring our second group. And please welcome Ken Ladd, Jason Appleton, and Jose Martinez. Yeah. Wow.
Oh yeah.
So apparently we have 1,300 people watching this right now. No
Hello out
stress,
there.
no pressure. But that's fascinating. I am so glad to hear that. Thank you for tuning in. Well, let's just get with the opening remarks. So each one of you will have a couple minutes, and we're going to start with Ken, followed by Jason, and then Jose. So Ken, welcome.
Thanks.
Yes. Pay attention to the timer. Yes.
I'm gonna mess that timer up.
Let's go for it.
So my introduction earlier, Ken Ladd from Wyoming. I was an Army officer, and then I worked as a federal investigator in the regulatory environment. And then I went through this crisis where I recognized that Cardano was going to change the future, and I had nothing to contribute, not being able to code. So I went back to law school, just finished that up, and I hope to contribute in that way. The singular motivation is my daughters. I want Cardano to be thriving by the time that they understand it and can use it. And I think this infrastructure can provide a brighter future for not just them, but everybody else in their generation. So that's the task before us. As a DRep, I might be a little bit unconventional in that my primary focus will be synthesizing all of the information from all the different experts and trying to arrive at reasoned conclusions, which will be spelled out in the rationales. So an example, Sam over here, way smarter than I'll ever be when it comes to the tech side. Rand with the marketing, way smarter than me. And so what I hope to be able to contribute is to synthesize these different positions, ask good questions, point out things that maybe need more consideration, and contribute in that way. I'll leave you with one short story on this crisis I was describing. My job as a federal regulatory investigator, I would go in and look at analog ledgers, right? Paper ledgers. My job was to be lied to professionally from everybody. And I had to arrive at what the truth was, where it was. One lady ended up getting $130,000 in back pay because she was working actual hours that weren't recorded, and then there was a fraudulent set of books. And I realized this is what Cardano will change. So thank you so much.
Let's go to Jason.
Well, first, I just want to say I'm very honored to be here next to the CEO of Cardano Foundation. I've always wanted to meet you. You know, I don't know why I'm here. Free drinks and food. I think I was promised something like that. No, I honestly became a DRep because I felt the best way to better understand the technology behind Cardano is to force myself into a situation that required me to learn more and to continue educating myself as to how the ecosystem continues to grow and flourish and change. And so just putting myself in a position where I do have a great responsibility. I literally just checked my DRep power today and I was completely blown away. I had no idea it was going to grow the way it has. And so, you know, there's a big responsibility to that. And so, you know, some of the questions that were asked earlier, you know, having a YouTube channel really helps me be, I don't want to say transparent. I don't necessarily think that's the right word. I feel like people that delegate to me know who I am already. Like people, you know, I'm a big ogre emotional guy. I speak my mind. I'm pretty much a no bullshit. It is what it is kind of dude. And I think that people want that kind of, I don't know if you want to call it leadership, where if that in itself is the transparency people want,
when they're talking about, what happens to the blockchain so many of us are passionate about. So just by me, seeing what's on the agenda, sharing that with my viewers and going over that and getting comments and feedback and, having guests on that maybe understand the technology related to this particular issue, and learning from them before I make a decision, and then just, people feeling like, hey, I think he's going to represent me well. And like was said earlier, if people don't like it, they can, go to these guys, so yeah, that's pretty much why I'm here.
Let's go with Jose now. Jose?
Hi, my name is Jose Martinez, and I go on Twitter by HD5000, and I am here for the revolution. The digital revolution is coming, and I want Cardano to be up in the forefront of this. We need to build a network state, and we need to do it correctly. And this is what we're doing right now. Because everybody thinks, oh, the future is so far away. No, the future is right now, and you guys are doing this work, and we're doing it together. So that's why I became a DRep, because it's a beautiful experiment that we want to get right. So yeah, I want to thank everybody here. I want to thank you guys. I initially didn't become a DRep for the political reasons or the clout or the stuff like that. It was just an experiment to see how many people would even find me. My DRep profile is very limited information. It's just an HD 5000 delegate. Anyways, yeah, I'm here for the digital revolution. And if I ever vote for anything, it's not going to be in my interest or my delegate's interest. I know that's kind of controversial. It's going to be in the best interest of Cardano.
Thank you so much. So now we're going to go ahead and have our first question. We're going to start with Jason and then go to Jose and Ken. You'll each have 2 minutes to answer the question, and then Jason will have 30 seconds to give a follow-up since he went first, he'll have 30 seconds at the end. So the question is, what innovative methods can we use to engage delegates and encourage them to participate in governance?
Bribes? No. There's so much to that. I'm just waiting for the first lobbyist group to pop up. Honestly, who's starting that one? No, actually, that's actually a concern of mine I was going to address later. But the way to, Cardano is such a tricky thing for people because we're really in a battle between greed and the future. In my eyes, I feel like we have so many different competitive chains that are, in my opinion, just built on shit, run like shit, and operated by shit people. And, they unfortunately have the money to project these narratives that create a competition for blockchains that are decentralized and have an actual real world purpose and use cases that actually mean something to the rest of us outside of just, fluffing our wallet at the expense of other people. So how do you compete with that? In a space that's ultimately driven by greed, and especially at a time when there are so many people struggling right now that they're all just kind of looking for a saving grace. And so to me, a part of what I try to do is I try to educate people on what is meaningful tomorrow, not necessarily just what's meaningful today. And hopefully that inspires people to learn more and continue furthering their education and becoming a part of the ecosystem. So outside of bribery, I think all you can really do is continue just educating people and spark the passion in others that you feel yourself.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Next, we'll go with the same question to Jose.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
The question again was, what innovative methods can we use to engage delegates and encourage them to participate in governance?
So engage the DReps then.
Engage the delegates to work with you to delegate to you.
That's a good question. I mean, we are already kind of incentivizing them because after the hard fork, I have to make sure they're being delegated to somebody. Otherwise, they won't get reward. So that's one incentive that just started or is going to start soon. Other than that, that's a really, really tough thing to do. Because once they delegate, they're just going to forget about it. How do you keep up with your DRep, or how do you keep informing them about the things that matter? That's where this is going to fail or it's going to succeed. It really depends who you are, your personality, and how much you're out there, so people can see who you are as a person. Because necessarily, I have a full-time job, I have a real job, everybody here has real jobs too, so don't. I don't. Yep. But a lot of people are busy, you know, kids, family, etc. So how do you get them back engaged when there's key moments that need to be decided? Um, that's a tough one.
Move on to Ken then.
Controversy. Not creating controversy, although that perhaps is a strategy. But it inevitably will come. We saw, I mean, pre initial Chang hard fork, a specific proposal be leaked, and nothing lights up the community like, wait, what's happening? And so I think the answer is to be there and be ready to provide reasoned analysis of things that are coming out. And I think that example also might illustrate something useful because I think everybody had an initial reaction to it. And then once you learn more about it, you said, okay, well, hold on, there might be some merit to this, but what would it look like? It might be different. So, of course, X is always going to be entertaining and divisive at times. But when it comes down to it, I think our responsibility as DReps are to consider different ideas and look at that initial judgment and then challenge ourselves in that. And this is where it's difficult to market yourself as a DRep as I will always do X or I will always do Y, because I think it comes down to the facts of each specific governance action. And if anything, we should encourage a culture where a DRep will change their mind on something, especially if new arguments come out that are persuasive, new facts come out. We should encourage and support DReps. They shouldn't be afraid that their stake's going to move because they changed their mind. That should be encouraged.
All right. Thank you. And Jason, you have 30 seconds to respond.
You know, I'm listening to these fellas, and I'm the one thing that I'm thinking to myself is, you know, if you're delegating to me, it would not be a problem at all to delegate to these gentlemen and the other gentlemen, because quite frankly, my account is huge. I don't even want it to be that big, if I'm honest, because I don't really think that any one individual should have as much voting power as people like me have. And so I think one of the big things we should try to educate more people on is, even if there is somebody that you believe is the answer to all of your dreams and goals and everything else, you know, I might have a bad day tomorrow, you know, and it's like, I really feel like
Thank you.
the mission. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
He did say he was going to mess up the timer. So
Hey, I was short on time the first one.
you've been doing great. So we'll move on to the next question. And this is going to go, we're going to start with Jose, right? Debates and discussions are essential to governance. What strategies can DRep use to promote constructive dialogue within the Cardano community?
I really wish there was more in-person events that were local or even like this. Like this is like a Twitter space in real life. And I hate Twitter spaces. Like I go in and be like, say hi and then bye. Like, hey, but in person I could talk to you all day and not feel nervous or not feel weird about it. So I think in person, like things like this is great. What was the question?
What strategies can DRep use to promote constructive dialogue within the community?
Oh, yeah. So if there's a big drama event, like Ken said, we would hopefully have Twitter spaces or Zoom meetings or some type of like, hey, this is really messed up. Let's figure this out. Maybe even call like a local meetup with your local DReps and talk in person with them, figure out if this is a good thing or bad thing or what should be decided on as a community. But then again, your delegators are the ones that you should be answering for. But I guess also, like I said, if I vote, it's going to be in the best interest of Cardano, not myself or my delegators. I know that could be controversial, but that's my take.
Thank you so much. And then we're going to move to, let's go with Ken.
Awesome. I'd say asking questions. This is especially difficult on X, where you have a certain amount of characters and there's no body language or anything else attached to it. So it's very easy to misconstrue the point someone's trying to get across. And often people are just beating up straw men both ways. And so asking questions and trying to really understand what the other person's saying before you assess whether it's a horrible idea or a good idea. One of the coins that I have, because the military and law enforcement does coins for everything, is from one of the FBI's hostage negotiation teams. It says, talk low, talk slow, and don't talk too much. So that's something that I fail to live by every single day, but endeavor to do that. Ultimately, it's just about asking questions, understanding one another, and then really trying to figure out where the good ideas are.
Well, thank you. Jason.
I still haven't heard the question, honestly.
Okay. What strategies can DReps use to promote constructive dialogue within the Cardano community?
What strategies can DReps use to create constructive dialogue? Why not get on YouTube? Just get on YouTube and voice your opinions like the rest of us. Like, nothing's stopping anybody from getting out there and just speaking your mind. And, I used to always say on my channel, like, passion to profit, like anything that you're passionate about, it's very likely other people are just as passionate once you've educated them on it. And, I feel like the best way to establish a voice, and especially in this space, is just speak your mind, go with your heart and let time tell the tale. Like, it doesn't have to be anything special. You don't have to be we have people all over YouTube that I don't know how they talk their way out of a parking ticket, but they manage to have huge followings. So, and more power to them. But the point is that everybody can do it. I honestly, I think that, and honestly, they always say the best way to learn is to teach. And so, that's exactly what I do. I'm always learning more things so that I have more to teach and I have more opinions to share on what I'm learning. And it's just a cycle. And like between me and my viewers and everything that I do, I feel like we're all kind of one cohesive ecosystem, supporting each other by our very existence and the nature by which we're all operating and the things that we're doing and the ideas that we share. So, I just think everybody honestly should do that. And I'm not always fond of Twitter Spaces either, to be honest. I get pulled on those things all the time, and half the time you can't hear, but YouTube is great. Twitter Spaces is great. Just speak your mind and let people join you.
Thank you. And then we have the 30 seconds for Jose for your review.
The more I think about it, is I think we definitely should have a formal place where you could put the idea out, because just ranting on Twitter and like going back and forth on Twitter is not effective for anything other than drama.
Engagement
for me. But yeah, thank you.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much. So, what's that?
Seconds? Do you have them?
Do I get one more question?
Oh, you have a question. That's true.
So we have one more question, and we'll start with Ken for this question, and then go down the line. So the final question is: what criteria should DReps use when considering treasury withdrawal governance actions?
Yeah, so I think it should certainly be a long-term focus. But this becomes a problem because we're not supposed to just sit on this treasury. We're supposed to apply it and hopefully not miss opportunities. And so the criteria is going to depend on each DRep. But I think universally, I would say a long-term outlook. And then it's going to be about admitting what you don't know, and then going and talking to the people who do know and forming your opinion based on that. Because I can tell you right now, if you ask me like, hey, should we fund X? I'm going to be like, I need to know about X first. I need to figure out how that fits into the broader picture before I'm going to form an opinion on it. So ultimately, it's relying on this network we have. And that's the beauty of the outputs of the system, is it's greater than the inputs of any one of the individuals.
Move on to Jason.
We'll repeat that one more time. I think I heard you.
Yeah, the question is, what criteria should DRep use when considering treasury withdrawals?
So many jokes, but I'll be good. Honestly, I know and I expect to see so many wannabes in the space trying to capitalize on, I'm going to start this $1 million concept. And, I got all my buddies to help me write my white paper. And like, when you've been around since 2017, and I've read so many white papers, I just look at everybody as completely full of shit. Like, I'm sorry, but I do. I feel like everybody's full of shit, and everybody wants to try and make their dreams come true in some really easy way by getting, you know, the funding that they want in the easiest way possible. And I expect to see a lot of that with people setting up proposals to, you know, to have the DReps vote for them. So, you know, I know marketing is obviously a really big thing for Cardano, and I'm looking forward to a proper proposal for, you know, ongoing long-term marketing campaigns. We've never really done it. It's a decentralized chain. You know, a lot of the centralized chains that are VC funded, they've got money just pouring all over the place, buying narratives on every news medium and everything else. And while we're just sitting down, you know, waiting and working and implementing and doing the right thing the right way. So I look forward to things like marketing campaigns and things, but I'm not going to vote for some, you know, 26-year-old guy who, like, you know, he's really good at selling lemonade and he thinks he's got a global plan to market a global blockchain because he used Chat GPT to write a paper that sounds real good. You know, I want people that are really stepping up to the plate from the world with the experience to say, I've already done this. This is what I've accomplished. I work for Nike, or you know, I'm a consultant for all of these major corporations and multi-billion-dollar brands. That's what I want to see handling something like Cardano. So really, it's just deep dive investigation as to who these knuckleheads are and like what do they actually bring to the table.
Right on. Thank you. So next question to same question to Jose.
I think when I see treasury withdrawals, initially I would think of like, let's not make sure we drain the treasury, you know, and protect the treasury at all costs. But I think what's a bigger thing, like he's saying, is there's a lot of people who have been funded over and over and over and over and over and over and really haven't produced much, which I guess that's something that needs to be looked at, like proof of person. Who are these people? Like, because if you're not producing the outcomes, what's the point of keeping you afloat? So that's how I would perceive that or see that. But obviously, we want to spend it too. We need people that are working in production and marketing and engineers. We need to keep it going. We can't shut it down. So we need to spend it. So I'm not opposed to that, but we just have to be more selective of why we're asking for these funds in the first place, not just because we have to spend it.
Sounds good. And so now, Ken, you'll have 30 seconds to wrap it up.
Yeah, it's great stuff. I think we could say the burden of proof is on the people asking for money. And so don't fall into the trap where it's, you have to tell me why this isn't a good idea. It's the other way around. And as part of that, I think what I'd like to see is the other person say, what's a weakness or something that they're maybe they haven't fully thought through, or a downside. Can you honestly look at your funds request for whatever it is and tell me, hey, this is an unknown and this keeps me up at night? And I think that would be an act of good faith, and it would help us consider those proposals.
Well, thank you so much. Now let's go give you guys 30 seconds as well to do your closing remarks. And let's just go from the end all the way here. Let's start with Jose. Move on to Jason and then with Ken.
Alrighty, so yeah, if you delegate to me, I'm here for the revolution. I'm here to create the network state, and let's go.
Everybody's looking at me. All right. So I don't care if you delegate to me personally. I just wanted to say from earlier, actually, one of you builders should create like a Babel tube, you know, a way to just utilize like the 11 Labs API, get an enterprise account, curate content related to Cardano, run it through a system, republish the videos all over the place in different languages so that the whole world can enjoy the same thing most of us do. I'm shocked nobody's done that yet. If I were a builder and knew how to code, I probably would have done it a long time ago. I thought about doing it for my own channel. But I just feel like, man, there's a million languages and billions of people out there that I'm sure would love to catch the message of what Cardano's all about. And they don't really have a means of finding the information in an easy way. So
thank you, Jason.
There you go.
Jose, last but not least. Jose? No. Oh, Ken. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me.
I don't think we should forget how difficult some of these tasks are that we're trying to apply to this new context. Everybody wants the right to vote, and then when they have it, they complain about showing up one time every 2 years and standing in line. So people will always be complaining and detracting. The work we're doing is important. Don't focus on the people complaining about standing online. Focus on or standing in line rather. Focus on the people that are happy because they got to vote, and then figure out how to get more people voting.
Thank you so much.
So that's the conclusion of our DRep debate. Thank you for all of our participants. We really appreciate this exchange of ideas, and hope that everybody watching here in the room and online will check out not just these DReps, but all of the DReps who are out there sharing their ideas and looking for your delegation. Thanks.
And I just want to add, just don't forget to delegate to DRep, become a DRep if you got inspired by this amazing community members. And starting soon after the hard work, you will not be able to withdraw your rewards if you don't delegate. It's an incentive that we have. So you will accrue them, but you cannot withdraw them. So keep that in mind, please. Thank you so much.
Right. Adam, Jenny, thank you so much for your work facilitating the first DRep debate. Thank you to all 6 of our participants. That was absolutely fantastic. Really appreciate to see thoughtful answers to hard questions. So we're going to wrap up the day. We're moving to a close. So, honest opinions from you guys is what we'll be seeking. So I hope that each of you who participated today, those of you who watched the live stream, we'd love to hear from you. We want your feedback. We want to improve these. First of all, just ask for a little grace. I saw all kinds of mistakes today. We had all kinds of errors. We had all kinds of problems, but we got through the day. From a technical perspective, it was okay. From a human and community perspective, it was absolutely amazing. And everyone in the room, thank you for your attention today, because your attention is your most precious resource. But you're here and you're paying attention. Those of you who came in over the live stream, you gave us your attention today. Thank you. We appreciate that you gave us your time today to hear about these important things that are happening in the Cardano community. 1,500 views today. So fantastic. That's a great start. That is an absolutely a great start. And as a community, we should be proud. We came together and we gave information to people that they were willing to watch. So that's really important, and that feels really good. So I'm as we come to a close, I'm just going to remind us all again, our job now in 2025 is to determine what it is in our particular individual brilliance that we can participate in Cardano. I think it was Ken that said it there at the end. The inputs go, that no matter what the individual input is, the outputs are greater. So we have built something so special with Cardano that we now, if we give our individual effort, it is amplified and magnified into the space, the ether, into the existence of the world. And so that's a profound power and a profound responsibility. And I'm so glad that we have so many people who have coherent ideas about what they should do, who are putting energy and effort into that. And so every day that I get up to come to work in this space, I'm doing it precisely because this energy's here, and the people that are here are providing us with that feedback, that energy, that excitement, because each of us, what we're doing is making a difference. So let's take that home with us. Let's head out across the street for those of us who are in town and enjoy some great drinks and food at the Bay Street Yard right across the street from here. And for those of you that are at home and watching on the live stream, let's get you to the next event that you can get to. Let's keep setting these events up. Let's go ahead and work through Intersect and work through completing the ratification of the Constitution, and then the net change limit, and then the budgets. Let's get these things through. Let's have those. Let's come to the table, and let's have those necessary conversations. Let's get these items through and passed, and let's start effectively, and this was what Jose said, spending that money, but spending it effectively and spending it safely. Let's do like what we saw from Rand and Wes and their team, that we have means of getting out and being thoughtful about how we do events and marketing. Let's lean into that and figure it out and do that in the right way. Let's follow what Jack was saying and how excited he is in what is ahead of us. Let's all stay excited about what's ahead of us, because we can build the tooling, we can build the experiences together, and we can become a better, stronger community over time. Let's take Logan's example and let's run with the idea that community tooling that's built right and built strong will actually empower new communities to form around us. This is amazing. Do you see how this is happening? Let's look at Gerson. Gerson says he can go and he's got an audience that speaks Portuguese but doesn't speak English, but he can reach that audience in a way that I cannot. So how do we encourage and educate and inform his community through him, right? You see, each and every one of us has something to contribute. Our AWIN team, thank you guys for helping assemble this and get this all together. Incredible work. And again, you brought your particular brilliance to this. You knew that we needed an event. You knew that we needed something. You came up with it, and here we are, and we've executed on it together as a team, as a community. So fantastic. Thank you. And as hard as I've been on them today, I want to have a quick shout out to the Melody Media team over here. They've been putting the work in today. Thank you, guys. I drive a hard bargain, but they do really good work. They put the effort in, and every day we're learning and growing. So thank you for your help, guys. And to Sam, thank you as well. That was incredible. You brought us through the history of how we got here. And that was super important, like having that structurally laid out and bringing forward the fact that it wasn't a straight line. There were decisions that were made, there were changes that were made, there were pivots, turns, problems, etc. But you guys overcame them and got us something that we could then grow and learn with. And we're here today because of the hard efforts that you and the team put in the early days. So thank you, Sam. All right. And on that note, lastly, I'll go ahead and thank Dr. Adam Rush and Jenny. Thank you guys for putting on this incredible DRep debate, because this is showing us a way forward for us to have conversations with DReps in meaningful ways that they can tell us what they think, so we can start to understand who's the best DRep for us to delegate to. So thank you. And on that note, guys, let's call this day to a close. Let's head out and have a little bit of fun. Thank you to everyone that watched us on the live stream. Thank you to everyone who participated today. Thank you, Tam. Thank you, because Tam had to leave earlier. But yes, a quick shout out for that incredible conversation earlier with Tam. She is just a force, and the work that she's doing is so critical to what we're doing, that as we see that come into play as new tooling that we can all use, it's going to make a difference in how we operate. So it was really wonderful to have her here today. So thank you, Tam, from a distance. I know she's flying home, so thank you, Tam, and thank you all. Have a wonderful rest of your day.